to abandon me, and I've been unable to reconnect. But I hope you can hear me now. I was not able to hear you earlier on, but I hope right now you guys can hear me clearly. We're still going on with the conversation. Let's see if we can bring in more people as well. What is wrong with this internet today?
Even me, I'm having the same problems. Sijui ni nini
Yeah.
mbaya. Hata
Inanyamaza
mimi
tu all of
nang'ang'ana
a sudden.
nayo. Hmm?
Inanyamaza tu all of a sudden.
Today, yes. Sijui shida yake ni nini. We are really struggling even to hear some of our members.
Oh my God. Let's see if right now it's going to be better. I see General China
Okay.
is here. I want to let him land his point and then he can continue. I see General China there. While General China is coming on, I'd just like to remind you guys that Fred Matiangi is rumored to be collecting funds for his 2027 presidential bid. And guys are already having divided thoughts. General China, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
You disappeared on my mic.
When I was addressing the issue of Shia and Shaf, I don't know whether
Yes.
you got it or where.
Hapo kwa shit.
It
Now
was-
you're telling me that there's something you can tell.
Yes, I was saying like the system actually is not working. The people who have been paid, there are people who have been paid more, so they are not in spaces because they fear there, because they fear the power of spaces that they might be countered. So most of them are holding TikToks lives. There are very many, there are TikTok lives. They are praising how these things are work, and they even come out with a team. They have their own team that claims, someone just claimed that he is from the hospital. He took a daughter there. They have been given the treatment. The system is working. So it is just being run by propaganda. And that's what Dennis Itumbi is doing up there with these guys on the ground to facilitate this. While on the ground, if you want to test this shift, just take your time and go to the hospital. You will know that this stuff is not working. So these are total mess. And I was saying these are total mess that we need to rise up because people, this is not something to keep quiet of. Because the moment we keep quiet of is something that is touching people's heart. People will continue dying while no one cares. The government is being told that on the ground things are okay, but on the ground, we the people on the ground, we know that things are not okay. The last one, I'll talk about the issue of the Matiangi for 2027. Personally, I consider Matiangi, the people are talking about the ruthlessness. Me, I don't choose a leader on the grounds of ruthlessness, but what I can say about Matiangi, if you feel, personally, I feel that Matiangi cannot stand in the docket of the president simply because if he could have been left in the docket of education and just left like that, he would have just left the ground, a noble man, to convince me now that this is a good man. But the moment he was put at the helm of cabinet secretary, the helm of power, now the internal security, he proved the real man he is. When he led during his time, the only difference with Matiangi's time and the Sautindogos regime, the Sautindogos tenure, Sautindogo tenure was marred by abductions. Was marked by very many abductions, though some people were being brought back to life later. You could see them coming out from their areas where they were abducted. But during Matiangi's era, it was marked by killings. There was killings spree where people were being killed. Court orders were not being obeyed. Country was being run ruthlessly. So according to me, I feel if people feel that it must be put in line. All we need also to put him in the lineup of leadership. We also have cabinet post. He can just come as a cabinet post and he will be rewarded the education post, because this is he proved to us that when he was in education, he proved that someone who was radical could bring changes, which we appreciate. But the moment we tested him when we tested him close to State House, he proved to us his real character. So because we don't want someone that will come again to torment us after making a decision, if there's need to, I don't dispute that he's a good leader, but if there's need to, he will be incorporated in the cabinet secretary for education. This cabinet post that will not have violence, we will put him there, because in education you can't start going to schools and caning teachers or beating students. He can survive there because yes, it is he's radical in changes. He can bring changes there, and we appreciate. I don't have a choice, but if it is matter of choice of choosing people who have served in the public domain, we have very many people that we can put in place. We have our brother Okia Omtata is there. I don't know if he wants that post or not. He is yet to prove. We have the two chief justices. We have Maraga and we have the Mutunga. If it is line of bringing people who have worked in the government to come again, if it is matter of recycling, I will go for those two people. Let me rest my point at that.
Thank you, General China. Meet your mic. Thank you so much for that. I see very many people have various opinion. I want to hear from the one and only Western Shilaho. Western, if you can hear me, the mic is yours, and then we continue from there. Western.
Thanks, Pepita. Greetings to your listenership. Pepita, one thing I wish to say is that when you find that you are infatuated with violence, you admire violent people, because these are abusers, then there's something the matter with self-esteem. Because normal human beings usually confront, even if it's a schoolyard bully, they confront a schoolyard bully. They don't celebrate a schoolyard bully. And they confront a dictator. They don't embrace and, caress a dictator. Because there are no redeeming qualities as far as violence is concerned. There are none. What are they? So this notion that, we need a ruthless person at the helm to straighten things. Sometimes you find even scholars talking about benevolent dictator. What kind of a dictator is that? Is he a dictator who kills 1,000 people? And the other one, full-blown dictator, kills 3,000? Who is this kind of a dictator that you can celebrate and admire? What does he do? What does he do? So we have to work on our self-esteem when we find that we are celebrating violence, because that's a sign of abuse. When you realize you gravitate towards violence and you can admire people who are violent and inhumane, there's something the matter of self-esteem with your personality. It's a psychological issue. Because why would you admire violence? For what? If it's violence, we had violence under one-party state. How come we didn't progress? It's as if we're talking about a country that has never seen violence. We had violence under one-party state. One-party dictatorship was autocracy, for those who don't know. You're jailed without trial. You're put in torture chambers. Torture was normal. Disappearance is a political assassination. How come we didn't progress then, so that we need a dictator to progress? Like, really? How? And we're not the only one. Many other African countries were under dictatorship, some full-blown autocracy, military. How come they didn't progress and advance where we think we need a dictator to help us advance? Well, it's all about a messiah complex. That there is some superhuman, somewhere. We just get that person, we put it in the presidency, voila, we're good to go. No. There's no such a person. There isn't. Which why we don't need a good leader, or we don't need a bad leader. We want a leader. So you choose to be bad, there will be consequences. You do good, well, it's fine. Look at Chile. Chile has got a 35-year-old president, Gabriel Boric. For those people who are looking for Mutunga, Willy Mutunga, Maraga, this is a country that has got a 35-year-old president, was elected the other day. They're not looking for octogenarians, old people to come and rule. They take the challenge over there. They don't look for people, so and so come. No. In Chile, this person has got progressive policies, advancing people's well-being. In the neighborhood in Peru, guess what? All the former presidents are in jail. All of them are in jail, except one who committed suicide. That's how he avoided jail, by committing suicide. The rest are in jail because of corruption and abuse of office. So we let people off the hook. You are paying, I don't know, a deposit of 65,000 US dollar to some PR firm in the US. That's all over 8 million Kenya shillings to sanitize you. How dirty are you? How dirty are you? That you need a PR firm to sanitize you. A deposit of 8 million. How, you people, do you know 8 million? Just a deposit. So how much are you going to spend? And where are you getting the money? What do you do? The former cabinet minister. How much are you earning per month? How much are you being paid per month? Okay, you do business. What kind of business do you do? How much tax have we been paying? Now we're talking about tax. You are a former cabinet minister. It's reported that you paid 8 million to some PR firm in the US. Well, how much did you earn for the duration you served as a cabinet minister? How much tax did you pay if you have got businesses? So where are you getting this money? What did you invent? What did you invent? No, we play games with our lives. You know, we do. We don't ask the hard questions. We just embrace every other person. And these are scammers. This is a scammer. So you want to test whether this person is going to scam you? Like Thomas in the Bible, you want to touch the scars? Okay. So you are a minister of interior. You don't like your citizen because they are criticizing you. This is now Miguna. What do? You just eject them out of the country and you keep them out of the country for 5 years. Despite numerous court orders that this person is a bona fide citizen of Kenya, you ignore. Why would you even mention somebody like that in the same breath as presidency? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? So you want you to be at the receiving end, to understand that this person is a bully, is an autocrat. You want you to be on the receiving end. So when the other person is at the receiving end, you cannot relate to that. You want to be at the receiving end. So you forget about the Yala murders and Abadea murders, and even the murders that took place in Kisumu and all sorts of places in the aftermath of elections. You forget about those things. You just want him to be a president. Okay. You want him to preside over violence against who? You think you're a friend of violence? Tell us, how did you become friends with violence? So that you are immune to violence. When you have got a violent person in power, you are immune to it. How did you make friends with violence? We want to understand how you made it. So you think he's going to brutalize other people, but not you. Does that make sense? And who are these people who deserve violence and brutality? Who are they? What did they do? What are their mistakes? These people you think deserve violence. You know, some to be shot, some to be disappeared. Come on. I mean, some of these things are atrocious. They're extremely atrocious when you hear these things. It doesn't make sense. We are complaining about violence under William Ruto. So we want also to have another violent person in power. So why are we complaining? We just go home. Why are William besting Ruto, calling him out? If we want another violent person in power, what is it? Does it even make sense? Or we just want to make a statement that we hate you, but we don't hate violence. It's just that you are the one who's perpetrating violence. Somebody else comes into power, perpetrates the same violence. We're okay with it. So we hate the person, not the institution of violence and chaos and dictatorship and inhumanity. We hate just the person. Matiangi comes, perpetrates the same, we're okay with it. What kind of logic is that? This business where we think we can hand over power to people on a silver platter has put us where we are. Do we ever learn history? You know, Jomo Kenyatta, there was a politician called Harry Thuku. He stepped down for Jomo Kenyatta. For those who don't know Kenya's history, he stepped down for Jomo Kenyatta. Jaramogi did not take power from the colonialists because he said Jomo Kenyatta was in detention. Let him come. Well, he paid the ultimate price. He was the first casualty when Kenyatta came out of detention. And he was the first casualty of Jomo Kenyatta's ruthlessness. We don't learn from history. Where you just step aside for people. We're looking for Willie Mutunga, we're looking for Maraga. What kind of logic is that? Oh, really? So you think among us there are people who are ordained to rule, others are ordained to look for those to rule them. Now we have monarchy. So you define yourself as a commoner. And there are those who are royalty. You literally look for them to come and rule over you and govern you and brutalize you. We're talking about a 35-year-old, the president of a country. We are looking for people who have worked, have retired. They've retired. Some even they didn't leave any legacy worth writing home about. But we want to bring them back. Willie Mutunga tell us, what did he do in the run-up to 2013 elections? When Kenyans were having a very heated conversation as to whether people are indicted by the ICC are eligible to run for office. Can you remember his position on that issue? Do you remember? Can you pull out any pronouncement by the Supreme Court at that time on that issue? Can you pull it out? Pull it out, we see. Did they provide any way forward for the Kenyan people on such a weighty question? Did they? Did they? Okay, so you divorce him from the problems we have now. Now you want to bring him as the savior, the cure. Come on. Why don't we appraise ourselves with our history? Come on. Why don't we? Why don't we? It's important because it will explain why we are where we are, why we're in this morass. Otherwise, we'll be groping in the dark. You know, oh, this is our savior. Oh, this person is qualified. What is the evidence that the person is qualified to be president? Why do you want Maraga? Did Maraga tell you he's a politician? Did he? Did he tell you he's interested in politics? Did he? If you were to speak to him, you would be surprised to hear, I was a jurist. I'm still a jurist. That was my calling. I have no intention whatsoever to join this murky politics. He will tell you that. Why do you think he's interested in politics? And if he is, why doesn't he run? He can run for governorship. He can run for member of parliament. So you are the one to go and look for him where he is, leading his life quietly because he knows he's done his part. He's paid his dues. He's earned his stripes. He's resting. You want to bring him into this murky politics so that you also start pointing fingers at him. You didn't do ABC. And is that how we roll? Is that how we want to roll? So we don't need a tough person in terms of violence, in terms of guns. We want a tough person in terms of decisiveness, that you are tough to the extent that you will protect the interests of the Kenyan people. That's the toughness we want. We don't want the toughness of you unleash the police on your opponents. That's not the toughness we want. That you are going to brutalize people who disagree with you. That is not the toughness we look for in a leader. We look for decisiveness, a backbone. When you meet Donald Trump in the White House, you will foreground the agenda of the people of Kenya. You're not going to be intimidated by Donald Trump because he's the president of the United States of America. When you meet IMF, World Bank, these people in charge of these multilateral corporations, you will not budge as far as the interest of the people of Kenya is concerned. We need that kind of a leader. Not a leader who is tough because he's threatening to jail you because you have disagreed with him. What kind of toughness is that? That's cowardice. Dictators are cowards. Autocrats are cowards. Bullies are cowards. Otherwise, why would you want to brutalize any human being? If you are comfortable in your skin, why would you want to make a point by resorting to violence if you're comfortable in your skin? Why do you melt down because somebody disagrees with you if you're comfortable in your skin? Why? Why do you define the other person as an enemy? Because they hold a different opinion from yours. Why? Do you even have what it takes to become a leader or to be a leader? You don't. You need a tough skin. People can call you names, will criticize you, but it comes with the territory. That's a tough leader. Not a person who looks for you because there was a cartoon or you wrote something that was, unflattering about them, and then they look for you. Set up the police against you. That's not a tough person. That's a coward. That's cowardice. We have to get it clear. So tough people actually don't say much. They don't say much. They will not go around say, I will do this and this, and they'll do it. And they just do it. So you don't even see a president for quite a couple of weeks, but the country is running. Things are running. You can see what is going on with your eyes. You don't have to see the president. That is a tough person. You can see things are running, but you are not seeing the president. He doesn't have to hold so many rallies to explain to you what they are doing. That's a tough president. It's decisive. You see their decisiveness in the way the country runs, not in their being ubiquitous all over the place. No, that's not toughness. So I think we have to recalibrate how we look at these politicians, honestly. And it's the failure to hold people who have stolen from Kenya to account that's making us, embrace some of these people. Because they are not held to account. So because they're not held to account, okay, you can be a president. You can be a president. Otherwise, in other jurisdictions, some of these people you're mentioning as potential presidents would be in jail. I'm telling you, in Peru, all former presidents are doing time in jail. There's only one who committed suicide. That's how he avoided jail. And here we think jails are only meant for, lowly people. You've stolen, I don't know, a mango, you go to jail. You did what, you go to jail. They arrest you on a weekend, keep you in remand for 2 days. Monday could be a holiday, 3 days, violating your rights. Why are they doing that? So is that a tough person? Exams, we were talking about Matiangi and exam. Why is it that when he left, things went haywire? Why? Because people will be scared of you. When you're a leader and you back at people, they'll be scared of you. So they fear you. They don't respect you. They pretend to be doing the right thing, but they're not convinced about what they are doing. When you leave, it's back to the chaos. So what reform did you bring in the education sector? What are they? The other day, the PS was complaining about examination irregularities and theft and cheating. So if you're a leader, it's people, and whether you are there or not, they will abide by your ideas. But if you are tough, well, they purport to be doing the right thing. They're just waiting until you go, back to the usual things of chaos and shenanigans and lying and corruption. What do you achieve? What do you achieve? So you have to convince people to buy into your vision. They be convinced that it's the right thing to do. It's morally correct not to steal exams. It's not because you're scared of the minister. The minister could die tomorrow. So what will happen? But if people are convinced, no, it's the morally right thing to do, not to steal exams, not to engage in corruption. Even if you're not there, they'll be guided by that conviction and vision. So these tough people, Matiangi, Michuki, what have you, please. These are colonialists. These are colonialists. These are colonialists. These are brutes. We don't need colonialism, do we? We don't. And Matiangi himself, for those who don't know, saying he righted the education sector. Matiangi was even ashamed of what he read himself. He studied humanities. But he never ever would you hear him mention that. In fact, he disparaged humanities. Now, can you imagine a leader who is even ashamed of what they studied? Why would you want to have somebody like that in a position of power? That you are even ashamed of the things that are part of your identity. Why would you have somebody like that in power? Yeah, who's very disdainful of humanities. You a product of the discipline, at a university. You get into power, you forget about it. You disparage it, you pour scorn on it and cold water. So people must work on self-esteem, including some of these people you are fronting, touting as potential presidents. They must first work on their self-esteem. Because if you don't, that's when you brutalize people, because you have no self-esteem. You define people very easily as enemies. Even when they're correcting you, they are correcting you. They mean well for your government, for you, for your ministry. You define them as enemies. And you want to hurt them. You want to kill them. Why do we celebrate violence? Why do we? Have you ever come across academics? They just say, no, we need a leader like Paul Kagame. We need, You know, they've got this very weird way of describing dictatorship. And when you listen to them, you think, okay, benevolent dictator. What kind of a dictator is that? What kind of a dictator is that? You ask, what kind of a dictator? Why would you want a dictator? Why? Oh, dictator is good for development. So you can't have human rights, civil liberties, and development at the same time. So you must brutalize people for you to deliver development. If you can't brutalize them, no, you cannot. How come? How come some of the countries we admire, people have got liberties and still things are working? When it comes to Africa, no, watu wana kichwa ngumu sana. Lazima wachapwe. Lazima wachapwe. The same violence we subject kids to in school. We socialize them through violence. You just have to beat them up. Why? Why don't you talk to them? You know, you're protesting here. What's the problem? They will tell you they don't like the food that you're feeding them on. They will tell you that. They will tell you that they don't have no time for walks. They need time to rest. They will tell you they're waking up too early. They need time to sleep. You don't listen to them. You think they're rebels. It's until they burn the school. Then you expel them. You impose on their parents a lot of money as penalties. When you could have foretold what happened. That's brutality. That's dictatorship. You don't want to listen to them. They are young people. What can they tell you? So this dictatorship is all over the place. It's there in the church. It's there in the schooling system. It's there valorized by the media. They're the ones who are presenting the Matiangi thing, and they're not asking any questions. They're just putting it out to you. They're not asking the questions we're asking here. So they're celebrating brutality. Everywhere else, you meet brutality. So when people gravitate towards brutality, do we get surprised? Because it's all over the place. At school, you are not allowed to speak your mind. The teacher would beat you up. You ask a question in class, the teacher thinks you're challenging them. They beat you up. You go to church, the preacher speaks. You don't have to ask questions. You go home. How can we have a society that's functioning with that kind of socialization? We can't. We cannot. And that's why on this forum, you hear these people are celebrating, this kind of people. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You can be opposed to William Ruto and opposed to Matiangi at the same time. Yeah, it's not an either or. You can be opposed to William Ruto and be opposed to Uhuru Kenyatta at the same time. It's not an either or. You can be opposed to William Ruto and Rigathi at the same time. It's not an either or. You don't have to pick one to make a point. You can be opposed to the entire establishment. Say they don't represent me. And that's fine. You're not a nihilist. You're not like an anarchist. You're not. You're just saying this establishment here does not represent my interests. I don't see a person here. That is it. But you don't have to make a choice. Even bad choices. Say, no, we need a president. It's not just we need a president. We need a president who has got the well-being of Kenyans at heart. We need a president who is going to center the people of Kenya and their aspirations. That's the president we need. We just don't need any president. We don't. We have had any presidents before. Walitupeleka wapi? Hakuna mahali walitupeleka. So why? If that's the case, then there's no point asking for, good governance, constitutionalism, the rule of law. If we just need somebody to be there and then they do their thing, they go home. We complain, we get another person. They get there, they do their thing, they go home. Well, there's no point. We must insist on accountable leadership. We must. We should never, ever relent on that. No matter how many times they brutalize us, we should never begin to admire, celebrate, embrace, caress dictatorship and dictators. We should never. We shouldn't. That's the only way we are going to overcome these challenges. Otherwise, these challenges are here to stay, honestly. And they're here to stay because we're complicit in them, in the way we think, in the way we relate to these people, in the way we come up with heroes and villains, where there are none. There's no such a dichotomy. Oh, this is my hero. Oh, this is my villain. There's no such a dichotomy when it comes to this establishment. There isn't. That's why they get along so well. That's why even when they steal money, they're not going to take me to court. Watanipeleka wapi? So at least wataniwacha tu mimi nikule pesa yangu. They will not take me to court. In another jurisdiction, if you stole money and you're part of a previous government, when another government comes into power, you run away. You take off, you go into exile. Because you know what awaits you if you hang there. But here, they're just there. They're not scared. Because we are birds of a feather. Waswahili hujuana kwa vilemba. Wote wanajuana kwa vilemba. But wewe, because wewe si Mswahili, you think, no, this is my hero. Oh, this is the villain. This is the problem of the country. This is our liberator. No. No, they know one another. They know how to protect one another. They know how to defend wealth and power. Peter, thank you so much.
Weston, thank you for your submission. I see
Thank you so
Calvin
much.
is here. Thank you so much. Calvin, how are you doing?
I'm okay, brothers. I'm okay, brothers and sisters. First of all, let me appreciate
Calvin, are you there? Can you hear me, Calvin? If you can, please request the microphone again, so that I can hear you. I can hear you. I can't hear you at all. Calvin, if you can hear me, request the microphone again. Wanjira, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, wow, kidogo nizime space tena nikifikiria mnipati. But thank you so much for that confirmation as well. I see Luca Matoke is on the mic as you're waiting for Calvin to submit. Calvin, if you can hear me, request the microphone. You disappeared on us. Luca, hi.
Hello sir, how are you?
I am doing well, labda wewe.
Niko poa, and I hope everyone is fine across the country and all those who are just listening. Yeah, my submission for today is we need to look at what is ailing our country. I think the main problem we have is our country was put on the wrong track right from the Independence Day. Somehow we concentrated power on the executive and the head of the executive right from those days. And this has proven to be very difficult to rectify. That's why institutions like the judiciary sometimes, judiciary is not actually an institution, it's an arm of the government. Sometimes they don't work well. Even the legislature, that arm of the government, they don't sometimes work well for us, the common wananchi. Like we would see those times that when we were having problems with this finance bill, the arm of the government that was supposed to listen to us, they not even listen up to the point some of us came to the streets and we were marching all the way into where that legislature sits, and they were not listening. Why? Because power somehow in our country is concentrated on the head of the executive. So this is what is affecting our country a lot. Even from those days of independence, things like we were part of the global communities that were saying no to poaching and that. But members of the executive, somehow we are getting allegations that from those days they were being involved in poaching and all those things that were affecting our country negatively. And these members of the executive, even to this very day, even if they are involved in corrupt activities, they go scot-free. So what we really need to do is to reduce the power of the executive Let every branch of the government work independently. If we do that, I think that is how we are going to change this country. Because if you look at all the issues that are affecting us, be it economic development, be it things like education, healthcare, even things like the environment, the rule of law and human rights, you can see whenever the executive is involved, things don't go as planned. We can see, like, anyone who works for the executive, they can abuse human rights and get away with it. Those ones in the executive, they can do anything they feel like. They can increase taxes in whatever way they feel like, and they get away with it. So we need to reform our country. The main way we can reform our country and really bring good change to our country is governance and political reforms. Unless we do that, we are just doing zero work. Because somehow, at the end of the day, if there is poor governance, all these problems will continue persisting. The economic development will be a problem to us. Our education. I have a nephew who is in a university somewhere, and the way this funding model has affected them, I'm worried about how are these individuals surviving in these universities. How are they eating? How are they getting their accommodation? He's telling me things are very, very difficult. And even when I was there, like 10 years ago, life already was difficult for us. But if you compare the life back then and today, the cost of living has gone up. But remember, whatever they're getting is still the same. Actually, the funding model has even thrown everything out of proportion. Things are difficult for them. Who causes all this? It's the executive arm of the government. You can see how it's affecting us. So unless we change the governance of this country, we shall be going back to ground zero all the time. We think we've made steps forward, and then we go back to where we were formerly. So we have to find ways of reforming the governance of this country. How are we going to do this? Civic education. Civic education is very, very important. We have better civic education and everyone gets to understand how governance affects this country, how governance is the one that affects the taxes that you're paying, affects the education, the economy. If we ensure as many people as possible know that, then we are going to end up voting in the right individuals to these positions. We have good individuals in this position of the executive, then we are going to have all these problems, at least many of them solved. Yeah, I hope we do that. So we continue the civic education. Like now, these spaces that we are having, we are doing civic education. There are people moving around doing civic education, and I really congratulate them and wish them well that we continue in this track. We are changing this country. Please let us all be involved. Don't give up. This is our country. Don't have another country. Yeah, and I hope they're going to change it. Thank you. That was my submission for today.
Thank you so much, Bwana Luka Matoke, for that submission. I see Malia Davis, I think amefika kwa nyumba. Ladies and gentlemen, Home Run with Vivi is supported by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, of course, there's a tip jar line where you can drop your support. Malia, habari yako siku ya leo?
Nzuri, habari ya
Niko njema
kushinda.
kabisa, nashukuru.
Okay, thank you. So, for me, I'm not going to be an idealist. Where we are in this country, Matiangi is a step up from where we are. So, the other people who are being idealistic, and of which we should aspire to high ideals, but we also have to be realist. Where are we? Who do we have? Because these other people that we are talking about, they have not expressed any interest. You know, they have not expressed any interest in the presidency. The former CJ, Maraga, and Okio Mtata, who is an activist and now a senator, has not expressed any interest. So the person who has expressed thus far is Mr. Matiangi. So for me, he will have my vote if he comes to run. We have to look at many factors when we are thinking about an opponent for Ruto. We can get an opponent like Morara, who is very fresh, very green, you know, as much as people are also saying he's also a mole. But you see, becoming a president in Kenya and in most African countries is not, you can't just come from being a layman and then you become an activist, then the next thing you become a president. Doesn't work like that. You need to know how government works, and that's why you see for Ruto it was an easy. Most presidents were not having it easy. Like Kibaki, he tried I think 4 times before he was successful, but he had a knowledge of how the government works, and that's why he was one of the, if not the best president that we had. So our problem, someone has said that the executive is the problem. That's not the problem. Let me tell you. The problem that we have in Kenya is we have become hyper-capitalist. So when I am an MP, when I become an MP, I'm not thinking of going to be an MP to serve my people. I'm thinking of how, because you need to ask yourself, these people who come and campaign with a lot of money, and then they are going for a position. You've seen all these positions which people are being nominated for and they are being vetted. They are being asked, why are you coming for a job for 1 million when your net worth is 5 billion? Why? You can generate more than that in your businesses. I remember Joho saying that his family doesn't even need to do business with government because they have too much business. They're even overwhelmed by the business they have. They don't need to do any business with the government at all. So why are the people so keen that you want to be a CS, you want to be nominated PS, you want to be given a seat here, you want to become an MP? It's not to serve the people. So let's not blame. You know, there is somebody who said even these people who go to that executive, they come from our society. So we need to look at ourselves as the problem first before we look at that Ruto is the problem. Ruto did not come from Pluto. He just came from Kenya. And whatever values he espouses, they are values which he has gained while growing up in Kenya. This is somebody who has been in Kenya all his life, more than any other president that we have had. So he has just espoused what he found on the ground. And that is what is happening. When you go to become an MP, you enter into the parliament, you join a parliamentary select committee. Once you are there, you've already started wheeler dealing. If somebody is supposed to be interrogated by you, you send emissaries to him to ask him to give you money so that you can disappear his file or vote favorably. So it is a wheeler deal. You know, whichever position you are in. And you see, this is now what has also happened to the judiciary. The other time we were seeing Sonko, who likes recording people, having recorded a judge, I think it was Chitembwa, when he was busy soliciting for bribes and explaining very well why the, who to give the bribe and all that. And that is the judiciary. You can't lie to yourself. At these people, all these people, including the Deputy Chief Justice Mwilu, she was in a scandal of being, they are caught every now and again. So the problem we have as Kenyans is that we have become lawless. We are lawless. So even you, Pipita, right now, if you get that position, when you get there, you can get there with some good ideas and some good intentions. Then you realize, number one, you're one of the poorest MPs who is there. Your colleagues, they have flats in Dubai. Maybe you have not even bought a house. Like that guy was called Muirigi. He didn't even have a car. He didn't even have fare to come to Nairobi. And the first thing when he landed in Nairobi was given a Prado by I think Uhuru or somebody. He was an independent candidate. So our problem is we need a tough person. I don't care what people are saying about benevolent dictator. We don't need a dictator. This country, for us to move, we need a dictator. Because, first of all, the type of cartels you have to deal with when you become a president in this country, if they don't assassinate you, I don't know. If you just toboa, first of all, and enter into that office, you need to be very careful, because if you are not going to be assassinated, as we have seen all these people who've tried to change the system, Akina Kaiseri, Akina Saitoti, all the people who tried to deviate, they came to an untimely demise, because it's like a shark tank, So if you come and try to stop my feeding frenzy, I'll just offset you out. So we cannot, as of T person, like who is idealist, who believes, in the Constitution, who is a gentleman like Maraga, who is, soft spoken like okay. Those are not people who can be able to change this country. I can tell you for free. Here we need not even benevolent, even malevolent, if they such. We need a dictator, a bad one, because you are coming to the presidency. First of all, even that executive, the people who are working under you, they are looking for how they are going to eat. You saw the other day, somebody who was an anchor, a news anchor in TV, and he went to Prime Minister's office, Mudavadi's office, and before even he has finished 2 years, he's already in cartels. They are trying to con some European who want a deal of, I don't know for what. So Kenya, being a thief, has been glorified, the so-called corruption. So this is the same problem we have in education sector, that the people who are in NEC, they want to sell the exam so that they can become rich. The teachers, they want to sell the exam so that they can become rich. The students, they want to get to steal the exam. They get marks which is not there so that they can go and do something prestigious like medicine, which will make them rich. That is the narrative across the board. If it is that CBC, teachers are looking at where can they make an extra buck from that CBC. So the teacher now is the one who is selling to them printing paper. The teacher now is the one, you become an entrepreneur wherever you are. And that is the problem that we are having. There's nobody who is working for the growth of this country. Everyone is looking for any loophole for their own personal benefit. And we cannot grow as a society, because it gets to an extent whereby atakama we are stealing. Because when we started, like the time of Uhuru, I remember he said that 2 billion is being lost in a day in Kenya. But now you can see like NHIF to shift 1.9, before even the thing had started, it had already been looted from NHIF. Or I don't know whether it's from the collection, which they have been taxing us. So now what we have is somebody who has studied how to eat from when he started when he left university and entered into Kano, and now he has become the pharaoh of eating. And now everyone who is under him knows what's up. And what's up is we are here to eat. It's our turn to eat. He is not bothered with who ate before. He is not bothered with what you know is that, yeah, we need to have a semblance of the country is running, but the real agenda is how can we enrich ourselves, each and every one of us, in whichever position that you are in. The first day you enter in the office, like the governor, you ask for the accountant, can you bring for me 200 million? I first of all at least have some money for my campaign, from what I spent in the campaign. Then from there, it's strategizing on how are we going to eat. And such a kind of a system, it cannot be dealt with by just anybody. It needs somebody who knows the system, and it needs a very tough person. If you can remember how Matiangi and the late Magoha worked to remove examination cheating, it was not a joke. It was not a joke. It was very serious, very, very serious. And it was militant, if you can remember. So me, my vote is with Matiangi. I believe Matiangi can do something. He may not be perfect. He may have done a lot of wrong things, which maybe he was directed by his seniors, because after all, he was not the president. Maybe he was directed, do this and do the other one. Or even, sometimes you might be ahead of something, like some CSs. You are a CS, but the president is working with your PS. So at times you're not even aware of what is happening. You come to find out later, like everybody else. So perfectionism and idealism, let's put it aside. Let's take the person who is there and who is available and who can be able to help us. Excuse me. Because from the way I saw Matiangi and how he used to work, I believe, of course, he's not an angel. He might also be corrupt and all those other things, which is normal in this country. We have all grown up in that kind of a situation. But I found him to somehow want this country to work, like make things work how they're supposed to work. If it's exams, not everybody has to get an A, because at that point, there are schools whereby the whole class is getting the whole stream. Let's not talk of class. Everyone who is sitting for the exam is getting an A. How? Not even A minus, A. Then when they go to med school, they cannot even last one semester. They have spoiled the chances for the people who are bright. They drop out at the end of the day. So Magoha and Matiangi were putting across that me myself, Matiangi, I did humanities, and you can see where I am. So it's not to say that if you get if you get an A and then you go and you are taken to medicine, is the only time you can make impact. Is the only time you can be successful in life. So me, that is the person. He has my vote 100%, unless somebody else who is quite militant, who can deal with the mess that we are in. Because this country, we need thorough, we need military type of person, to be very honest with you, on all levels. And let's not blame the executive, because we are, all of us, Kwanzia, the civil servant who is down, we are all looking for how can you imagine? Let me tell you a real case. Messengers, you are given 10 packets of milk to cook tea. You cook 5, the other 5 you go to sell them at a subsidized rate to people. So if the milk is costing 40 bob, you're selling at 20 bob. That is the Kenya we are in. Let's not beat around the bush. So such a system, it needs somebody who is like, I don't know, Hitler or something. I don't know. Thank you. Back to you, PP.
PP.
Hii unlock button inanionyesha mambo kweli. Naona Western Shilaho ameinua mkono juu, and I also see Malia ameinua mkono juu. So I'm gonna go with Malia, then go back to Western. As well, I can see a Joga in the building. Malia.
Malia has already talked, PP.
Oh, sorry.
Alikuwa ameinua mkono
Sorry,
tena.
not me.
Oh, sawa. Ajoga, talk to us.
I wanted to pick something on Malia and connect it with Western. These two great Kenyans have said something very important. Picking it up from Malia, this country, and with the person who is currently holding the highest organ of our country, hii nchi sahi haitaki mchezo. In fact, kumtoa will not be a walk in the park. This guy, I don't know if people know Ruto. Mimi mnamsikianga tu. Ruto will need someone who is militant, ruthless, a serious radical surgeon. A serious radical surgeon. Remember, the people who are surrounding Ruto are also serious cartels. They can get you anywhere and ensure you are down. But also know that all these people again surrounding Ruto, now that election will be in form of as usual, it is through some ICT facilitated form, process. Do you think Ruto doesn't have serious ICT experts? Yes. Do you think Ruto doesn't have, even as we talk now, we are just 3, but do you think he is not aware that he is going to lose? If election were to held today, he knows. So he's working on something. That take to the bank. We really need to know the kind of a person we are and the kind that we have here. And it is key for us to know that currently nothing is literally working. That is the truth of the matter. I'm not fighting. I'm just fighting the personality in Ruto and his government. I'm not fighting him at all. But nothing is working in this government completely. And that is why, if you look at it very well, people who have done psychology are here. Why is a whole presidency plus the minister marketing, blogging, marketing the government projects, but they cannot be accountable for how the implementation is being done? Yesterday, I was speaking in a certain space that eventually went down because I was seen like someone who was attacking much. But one question I was asking one of the ladies there is, if SHA was actually, because every government procedure is when you are transitioning a project from one project with the same scope and you are changing the scope in any way, you have to do what we call a transition process, which does not go less than 2 years. It has to be something that has to be communicated to the public early. The public have to be, that primary baseline piloting has to be done.
Either.
You are getting me, Pipita?
I'm getting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't know why Pipita is not getting me. Pipita, is you have a problem with your system. So one thing I was saying is, this country, as Malia was saying, doesn't need a soft person, and Ruto has mastered this very well. This country doesn't need someone who is democratic, as a democratic aspect. It needs a serious Magufuli, a serious Trump, someone who will come with a positive axle and ensure that things are done. And one thing you have to know, it has to be ruthless. That, pick it from me. This country is not going to change by when people are talking here in space and then we are living here in the houses. No. People can't, the country has to come out in the street. People have to go in the street every single day. But when it reaches balloting, you have to get a ruthless dude to remove this guy and to remove all these political class plus their cartels. It is not going to be a joke. If we get in someone who will come in and say, and by the way, I say it, whether it is nonsense or not, it's fine. But Ruto is not someone you will literally move with a soft approach. No. Unless you get someone different from Matiangi, fine, we will support. Because yesterday someone was asking me, nini mnataka nini? Amtaki Matiangi, amtaki Ruto, amtaki Babu, amtaki Morara, amtaki Okia, mnataka nani? So we have also to be realistic and ask ourselves, what do we want so that we can take action immediately? Election is just 3 years ahead here. So what exactly do we want? Who do we want? So that we start looking at ways possible. But the person we want must be very good in areas of ICT, must really be radical in every aspect of taking control of all these systems and sending them home. We don't want Ruto next to power, and not even Ruto, a personality in Ruto. A personality in Ruto is not someone who will take this country. You cannot run a country with emotions, propaganda, greed, marketing entities that are shell, and still expect and even dictate and still expect that there will be delivery of service. It doesn't work like that. We need someone who, and this I'm supporting what Western was saying. We need a dictator, yes, but we need a dictator who has the country at heart. A Magufuli kind of. someone who will come radically ensure that cartels are gone, ensure that things are working. Things are not working now. So we will really need someone of such a caliber to come on board and really pump a serious blood into the system and ensure things are working. But that person will not do this alone. We will have to go to the street. We will have to mobilize the church. We will have to mobilize every person, activist, and not just pretend about it. Revolution doesn't need people who pretend. Revolution needs people who speak their mind out and can be seen in the street. Revolution needs people who can be able, not just to speak Kizungu, because this guy doesn't know Kizungu. Ruto hakuna siku ataelewa Kizungu yangu. Yeye, wewe hiyo kijana ameongea hiyo maneno hapo kwa space, tafuta huyo kijana, weka chini. Hizo ndio lugha za Ruto. And if that is what has to happen, we literally need someone. If you have someone apart from Matiangi who can liberate or spearhead this country with our support, please bring that person on board. I'm very sure as we move along to 2027, tutakuwa na mchujo. All these people will be put on. The only thing now we need as a country is to be able to consolidate everyone of like mind together. Ensure we are pulling together. We need to approach this thing with a lot of humility amongst us, with a lot of understanding amongst us, without war amongst us, without fear amongst us, and push those things you hear like Pipita sijui ameweka kwa payroll nini, hizo vitu are not good. We just need to bring everyone on board and push everyone forward. Support where you can. If you have some few coins, send to Pipita, namba yake iko hapo juu, au usikuje hapa kusema urudishiwe. Let us learn as Kenyans to know what kind of war we are fighting. This is not a joke. And in fact, the person who is in power is really enjoying. Now, he has decided to employ even ministers to be bloggers. Everyone is blogging from the government and they really know how to counteract. There is a guy drawing very funny cartoons. They even ended up even drawing their own cartoons. So this is someone who is not for the interest of Kenya. This is someone who will counteract what we do in equal measure. And for us to ensure that even what it does, we react to in equal measure. We don't need someone who is weak. We don't need someone who is democratic. We don't need someone who is, we need a mind, that mind of Magoha. Go see with your eyes what is happening. We just need a radicalist. We need someone who can be able to do a serious surgery and push this country where it needs to. Even if it is 5 years na aende, tutakuwa tumejua this is the line. We need a Magufuli in Kenya. The time is here. It is a dawn for us. And we truly need someone. If you have an option from Matiangi, bring it on board. At the end of the day, if we can all pull our efforts together and ensure we bring all these people, the church, every denomination, every religious groups who are pushing for this agenda, we bring everyone on board. So when it reaches 2027 or so, we have one voice. But let us not forget, the tool is always ID and voters card. So even as we are discussing all these things, we also need to know, yes, we need Matiangi, we need Maraga, we need this and this, but at the end of the day, kutakuwa na mchujo ingine kali sana. Among all these people, we will simply have to get the right person at the end of the day, but the caliber of a person we need to get is someone who knows what Ruto is, someone who understands, someone who has served in this government, and really know, especially someone who has served and has monitored Ruto's movement. We need someone who understands. Otherwise, when you bring somebody from outside who doesn't even understand, Magufuli, before he became president, he served in several ministries. But when he became president, he ensured what needed to be done was done. So that is the kind of a person we need currently. Thank you so much, PP.
All right. I have a question here. I have a couple of comments to read. Very interesting comments. Wanjira Maina is saying the thing is KK's administration is not even halfway through the term and feels like the country is entering a campaign mode. Consider this a wasted term at taxpayers' expenses, and we're just going along with it. Aguko has a question to Western. He's saying, Western, bring that good name, we'll cross check ndio tuamue kama Kenya sio kila saa huyu akikuja no kila mtu no. Aguko still is speaking, anasema huyo Western anataka nani? Juu huwa simwelewi. Kila mtu akitokea yeye ako opposition, hebu mpe mic. Leo atueleza anapendelea nani ama akuje tumchague. Wanjiro is also speaking about we're supposed to occupy parliament on Thursday. We have an upcoming Stop Femicide march that is happening on 10th. But instead of mobilizing, we are discussing Matiangi. It's clearly a distraction tactic. As by saying the Matiangi story is a diversionary propaganda to redirect us from important current affair. Franton is saying Morara is who we want. That is Franton is saying that. And of course, Ninda is talking about inject. Now, I see Good Boy here before I bring in Western to tell us who he's supporting. Good Boy, how are you doing?
Hey, Peter, how are you?
I am well. Yourself?
Good too. Thank you for the opportunity. Hello, guys. So, these are my submissions regarding this Matiangi issue. So, I've had the previous speakers giving the prerequisites for leading Kenya, specifically, basically African countries, specifically Kenya, in a country where there seems to be very hardcore criminals leading the nation. So the requirements basically to be, and I concur with them, that the requirements to be president in Africa, you need to be a very tough and a hardcore person because you are dealing with tough and hardcore people. We need a no-nonsense personality, not a soft, not a polite or a cool personality. I agree Matiangi has that. Another person I could add maybe is Matakarua. However, Matiangi served in a government that is known for ignoring court orders. There was massive corruption and extrajudicial killings. I could the quarry or the quarry killings that we have now or we had during this regime, we can compare them to the Yala killings. So also, since this regime had the quarry killings, the previous regime had the Yala killings. And he also served in that particular, he was actually in the middle of all that. So basically, this is a continuous practice in the current government. And so you can think of this then. The moment we don't agree with him, assuming he is in government, the moment we don't agree with him regarding policies, just like we don't agree with the current regime, specifically Ruto, and then we decide to go to the streets, how much can he be in terms of deploying Subaru killers? Remember what he did to Miguna. Even if he was directed to do things, he had the liberty to refuse to follow those orders and leave the government. He had that liberty. No one was forcing him. So that is one thing that we need to keep also in mind. What will you do if he repeats the same human rights violations? You have elected him. You have put him into government. What will you do if he repeats the same human rights violations? What will you do if he allows foreign policies that currently are being fronted left, right, and center? Remember, he's also seeking foreign assistance to capture this presidency. So does it mean that foreigners will have their fair share of this country? Will he also recover our land taken by foreigners in the ranches that are in Laikipia? Will he deal with the Batuks, the British Army, that are killing our own people in Laikipia with those explosives that have chemicals that have affected generations? I think you've seen this documentary in one of the YouTube channels highlighted there. I mean, we need to ask these questions. We don't have to be sensational, speaking about the personality and all that, but we need to ask deep questions and interrogate them. Will he be able to do that? And when he was in the previous government, while these things were also in existence, was he able also to highlight them, to direct them, or to mention these issues? So for me, what I can see is most people not all, but most people that have or are fronting him, me, I think is these people want him to deal with Ruto. It's not about leadership or anything. I think in their mind they see that, okay, this person hated Ruto. He also spoke badly about him, and so they want him now to be here so that he can sort of revenge for them against Ruto. Finally, I can say that he has the qualities. He's hardcore, tough, no nonsense, and hardworking. But remember also, he is a killer and he's also arrogant. So, what maybe I can propose is, if it comes that people now have decided completely, now this is the person that we want. If it comes to that, then I think the alternate, the option we can do is front him with one of our own, and also the person that we will front to go with him, like the vice president or the deputy president under him, will be one who can we make sure that that person keeps him in check and in balance, and not a yes person, someone whom can keep him in check, someone who can actually hold him accountable, not someone who is a yes person. So that's basically my submission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, good boy, for that. I see my guy Mali at Western Shilaho. Ajuoga Anguko is tired of you not telling us who you want to support. He says everybody we support, you are against. So he wants you to come out of the bush and tell us, who are you with?
Peter, great. Thank you so much. Peter, first, let me begin by idealism, what it means. You know, often we pour cold water on idealists, but these are people who push the world. I can put it to you. Like the person who came up with Uber, e-hailing taxi industry. You know, his idea was this: I'm going to run the taxi industry without owning a taxi. Whoever listened to him thought that he was mad. How do you run a taxi industry without owning a taxi, even one? So, no, I'm not going to own even one, but I'm going to run a taxi industry. I'll do it through an app. The rest, as they say, is history. When idealists speak, we think they're mad. You know, their minds are not working. How can you imagine of a Kenya without corruption? It's impossible. Can't work. How can you imagine Kenya without injustice? It can't work, because we have never seen a Kenya that works. So that we can't contemplate something like that. Can you imagine? We're drawing from the present and history, so we can't contemplate a future where we will treat you as a Kenyan, not on account of the village you come from. We can't contemplate that kind of Kenya. But I can promise, if there's a leader who thinks like that, that's the person who's going to transform the country. And he will do it. Not within a year, not within 5 years. Within no time, he's going to succeed. So we become cynical because we've had cynical people in power all along. And therefore, we are fixated with personalities. That's the challenge. We've never seen a president who towers above parochialism. You know, all of them diminished by parochialism. So that is our challenge. But to be idealistic, it's like Elon Musk talking about I'm going to rule, you know, the internet provision industry. I'm going to do it. And I'm not going to dig underground for cables. I'll just take the satellite into the orbit. That is it. That's an idealist talking. And he does it. We who thought something like that cannot happen, we realize now we're scrambling for space. So don't dismiss, pour scorn on idealists. Don't. Pipita, let me put it to you. I'll pick it from where Ajoga left. I think because of our antipathy towards William Ruto, we tend to underestimate him. And that works in his favor. Because if it's in a fight or in a political context, what you want is your opponents to dismiss. It's like Donald Trump. If you read Donald Trump's journey to the White House, first he asked George Bush Senior, Herbert, the father to George Bush Walker, that he wanted to be his running mate. George Bush laughed at him. He laughed at him. Donald Trump, how dare you? I mean, you can be my running mate? Laughed at him. That is it. And then, well, they dismissed him. He disappeared. Then he reappeared towards the 2016 election. Again, everybody laughed at him. No, it can't be. It can't. Even Barack said, oh, at least with me, I'll go down in history as a bad president. Donald Trump will go down in history as somebody who never became president. Those clips are there. The rest, as they say, is history. Is history. Such that you're not doing anything important until people start laughing at you. You're not doing anything serious. You have not found your direction in life until people start laughing at you, pouring scorn on what you're doing. Once they do that, realize now you're doing something serious. You can proceed. But when everybody says, no, you're doing the right thing, no, those could be sycophants. William Ruto, he understands our politics so well. One, he's been on the losing side of the political divide where elections have been stolen. So he was on the losing side. He was on the losing side. That was in 2007. So he knows the pain of an election being stolen. When you are staring victory in the face like this, snatched away from you. He knows that pain. He has also been a beneficiary of a stolen election. He has been. So nobody on a political landscape understands our politics more than William Ruto. 2013, there was this narrative of tyranny of numbers by Matiangi. Tyranny of numbers, if you remember. Tyranny of numbers is meant to psychologically prepare you so that when your candidate loses, you can appreciate you didn't have the numbers. So you deserve to lose if you don't know how this politics works. Tyranny of numbers, you people don't have the numbers. So when your candidate loses, you make peace with that. We didn't have the numbers. We were told those guys have the numbers. That's how this propaganda works. But William Ruto knows the census of Kenya. He does. The real numbers, he knows them. I can put it to you for free. He appreciates the real numbers. Where the votes are and he knows. He knows. I can put it to you because in Africa, elections are not stolen on the voting day. Manipulation of census figures is part of stealing elections. It happens in Nigeria, it happens all over the place. You first must tinker with the numbers in terms of census. You tinker with them. You suppress these numbers, you inflate these numbers. That's how they do it. So then, in a country that is ethnically oriented like Kenya, we just tell you, no, man, the people who backed you do not have the numbers. Why are you complaining? We are not seeing these things, aren't we? He knows the real figures. I can put it to you. So, if you're talking about ruthlessness, well, let's say Matiangi is ruthless. So, how would you characterize William Ruto? I want to hear. So, this guy is ruthless. He's the one who is supposed to do. So, Ruto is in power now. He runs the instruments of violence. These are two ruthless people. One is outside. The other one is carrying a bazooka. You tell me, in that war, who is going to prevail? two ruthless people. One is in power, the other is outside. He's fighting to come in. Who is going to prevail? Because it's now ruthlessness. We want a ruthless candidate. We have now thrown democracy into the window. We don't want the rule of law. We don't want the constitution. We just want a ruthless person, a strong man. So you have a strong man already in power, and you're backing another strong man outside who wants to get in. Who between the two is going to prevail? I want to hear the answer to that. Who is going to prevail? Well, there are no prizes for guessing the answer. There are no prizes. So we must be careful what we pray for. Some prayers, we must be careful what you pray for, because that prayer may just come to pass. Be very careful. So with me, no, I don't do personalities, because there was yote yawezekana bila Moi. If you read towards 2020, yote yawezekana bila Moi, yote yawezekana bila Uhuru, or what was it? It was also sung at some point. Now the same person is being celebrated. It's being celebrated. Yeah, that's what happens when we invest in personalities. But even the Bible tells us, for those who read the Bible, you are doomed. You who bank on human beings, you're completely doomed. It tells us that you think you can bank and count on a human person, to liberate you, to deliver on the very many things you desire in life. The Bible tells us you're doomed. It does, and I think they're correct. So that in other jurisdictions, people are not bothered with personalities. They're not. Because they're not bothered with personality, because they will jail you. If you go against public interest, they're going to jail you. They will impeach you. Even if you're a president, they will impeach you. So they're not bothered whether you're a skunk or not. You run for president, majority of the people voted for you, you got into power. Okay, you engage in your shenanigans, you'll find yourself in jail. Oh yeah, just like any other common thug, common thief. But we don't foresee that in Kenya. And that's why we invest in personalities as opposed to in institutions, in values, in the rule of law, which protects all of us, irrespective of your station in life. So Matiangi, you're telling me this is a ruthless person who is going to deal with cartels, but he can't account for his wealth. So how are you going to deal with those cartels? You can't account for your wealth. How will you? No, you cannot. And those Western PR firms that is enlisting, they like corrupt people because you lack credibility. Now they can use you. So if you've been complaining about Americans and their policies in Kenya, let me put it to you. This guy is enlisting the services of Americans. So how will he resist the American influence in Kenya? The things we keep bemoaning, lamenting about currently. How is he going to keep Americans at bay? And he's counting on them to help him catapult him into power. How will he resist Bill Gates? Tell me how. How? Big Pharma. How is he going to resist them? No, you just tell me. Because you're saying you want a ruthless person who's going to deal with cartels and right things in Kenya. But the person from the get-go is telling you that he's counting on Americans. And you know those who help you, you are indebted to them, aren't you? What are they getting in return? This immunity you are talking about, he's going not to lift the immunity that William Ruto has put in place. Because it's just the American establishment. There's no distinction between Bill Gates, the White House. They're the same establishment. Elon Musk, it's the same establishment. Capital. He will safeguard the interest because it's indebted to them. Just like Cambridge Analytica, who carried out a scorched earth campaign towards 2013 elections. Their purpose was to sanitize the candidates we had at that time who are facing charges at the ICC. Scorched earth against Raila Odinga. Did you watch? Did you see? Yeah, they did. So when you see now we are beholden to those people, look at history, where we're coming from. It's not us. Some external actors played psychological warfare against us. And before we realized, we had people in power whom some of us did not approve of. So I think we're being cyclical in the way we're reading our politics. We're being cyclical. We're not being crystal clear. We're running around in circles. when clearly you can tell this candidate does not have my interest at heart from the get-go, you can tell. But you think at some point, once he gets into power, suddenly he's going to remember you. That's fantastic. The other thing, our politics is not universal. It's not representative of Africa. In Madagascar, a DJ was elected into power. A DJ in Madagascar. In Senegal, a tax collector is their president, a little known person. You know, that president didn't have any political experience before. He's the president. We here think, oh, Mother Karua, oh, Matiangi is a former minister, oh, Kalonzo, former vice president. We never look at leadership outside of the political elite. Isn't that our enduring shortcoming? It's our enduring shortcoming. Yeah, because our pool is so narrow and shallow. It's just not narrow, but it's also shallow. Yes. We never expand this pool. That we could have a person who has no political experience, but is going to turn around the country. We think that what you need is political experience, when even that experience is useless. It has never helped Kenyans before. Or Kenyans look at it and they rule that you ever ascended to power at some point as a cabinet minister or whichever position you had. We have to expand it. We must. Because these are one and the same people, part of the establishment. Part of the establishment. So when you tell me, who is my candidate? Well, I'm telling you, I don't have a dog when it comes to establishment actors. Because you can tell how they will act long before they get into power. You can tell. They will protect one another. I can put it to you, Matiangi would not jail William Ruto. I can put it to you. Well, in the unlikely event that he will not. I can put it to you. He won't. He will not. He will not touch him. He won't. As I learned, Pipita, remember on this platform, we do some predictions. This time around, we can do it way before elections. If Matiangi was to run against William Ruto, I've got a memo. William Ruto will prevail. I've got a memo. He will. If Kalonzo was to run against William Ruto will prevail. I can put it to you for free. For free. Why? Because Mwai Kibaki was meant to be a one-term president, but he did 2 terms. Uhuru Kenyatta was meant to be a one-term president. He did 2 terms. William Ruto thinks he's a more accomplished politician than these 2 predecessors of his. So nothing crosses this man that is a one-term president. Nothing. He doesn't lose sleep because of that. He doesn't. He does not lose sleep. It will be an epic failure for somebody who prevailed against the establishment. Kenyan oligarchs were against him. He prevailed and rose into power. For him to let power slip through his fingers. And that's why when Ajoga says it's a Herculean task, that's not idle talk. It's not idle talk. It's a Herculean task. And we're not going to get rid of him by simply saying anybody other than William Ruto. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. We're not going to get rid of him by insulting him. It's not going to work. We must come up with a compelling narrative against his compelling narrative. Insulting him, calling him names, it's not going to work. We will wake up, as I said earlier, and find this guy is doing his 2nd term, and not just his 2nd term, he's also going to decide whoever is going to succeed him. I can put it to you. Yeah, because we minimize his, significance as far as our political landscape is concerned. We minimize, and I'm afraid it's going to work in his favor. Peter, that's my memo. You can mark today. It's my memo.
Let me mark the date. I probably will get someone who is willing to give me money on that bet. Like the Trump one, it was amazing. But anyway, I hope somebody is looking to bet against my guy, Western Shilaho. And so that we can put the money down. Home run people will be running until 2027, the year of the Lord. So I will be here also to follow up on that. Probably be able to host the presidential candidates on the show and hear what they say. I see now Obel Subuth is here with us. How are you doing, Komudo?
Good evening, Peter.
Yeah,
Um,
that is
Okay.
uko na maneno ya kutuambia?
Definitely. I have. Let me appreciate the fact that we are very good speakers who actually they have deep understanding of the African politics and to narrow it down to Kenya's politics. On the subject, let me start by saying that my mom is actually 70 years old, and she has called me today to ask me what Nairobi people are saying. And she's very direct. And whoever ran in her mind actually is Matiangi. So that's how Matiangi is deep rooted in the rural area. Actually, in a normal day, I interact with more than 20 people across, across Thika Road, Mount Kenya per se. And what I've been trying to do is to get to know how they feel about the current situation in the country. It comes to politics, and their favorite candidate is not even Kalonzo Musyoka, the way you say it. Their favorite candidate is actually Matiangi. So what am I saying? The 2027 election will is just like the election of 2003 actually, whereby the country was against one and they were going to actually kutoa, and that was the philosophy by then. We are going to actually to remove, and this time round it's actually close to that, and the only person who has the mantle to compete favorably with William Ruto is none other than Fred Okengo Matiangi. Reasons: number one, Matiangi is like Trump. Very many people dislike him. Very many people actually like him at the same time. Because the reason why I'm saying Matiangi is the favorable candidate is because once you are working under a principle, you only act on the behalf of the principle. You don't act on your own JD whatsoever, because then the principal can decide to dismiss you anytime. Because again, you have to maintain your job, your role, and any other things. So anything that happens during Matiangi times, the evil thing that we are saying, it was purely action on the behalf of the principal, who again had a liberty to say, no, this is the direction we are following. The government is not controlled by the ministries. The government is controlled by the head of state. And therefore, Matiangi was only following the orders that was given by then, and you cannot defy your boss. Number two, the same interior has been one of the difficult ministries to handle. Even if we today we try and give Pastor Ezekiel or Prophet Owuor, perceived prophet and the prophetess, actually the same abduction will still continue, because those are some of the government acts to actually try to make to insert fear to the people, so that again people are aligned. Because again, people cannot be living in a free world whereby you are saying that you can do anything anywhere. So those are some of the action that government do take. I'm not saying that I'm a pro abduction and the other, but I'm just saying the context of then how then Matiangi evil actually is arising. I've said and I'll repeat again that the only person who can take William Ruto home is Matiangi. The rest, Maraga, I've called my mom, I've even asked my mom today. She's 70 actually. What about Maraga? Actually, she took few time few minutes to remember who Maraga was. And it's just starting to introduce somebody and to familiarize this person with now the general public not be easy. You want somebody who is actually already on the public domain. Who is that? Is Matiangi, because then Matiangi has the financial muscles. It's likable with all actually across the country, across the board. I support Matiangi because Matiangi will restore sanity in the country. I'm not saying he should go and pick Ruto or those corrupt political leaders and put them in jail. That cannot happen. Even in US, those things do not happen. Even in most democratic countries, those things do not happen. But at least they will have a sanity and will have a route toward political liberation that we have been praying for very, very, very long time. So I'm saying, and we need to not to be, because we need to not to be too much into then the online, because now what the ground perceive is very, very important because they are a majority. I'm saying this, I'm not saying that the online do not work, but now what is the illiteracy level of the Kenyan people, old generation, of which high percentage of them are the actual the voters. So we do not need. Let's take the example in when Peter Kenneth was actually a online presidential candidate. What happened? So we need to take this thing to the ground. Let's listen to what the ground is saying. In online, you can have different opinion because some of us, we are very close to political elites that we want to be president, so that again, individual interests we have within the internet. I've seen it very, very, very many times. So we don't need just to confront people because you at one point you are an activist, or at one point you are doing one or two things. No, we need somebody who are tested, tried. Matiangi has been tested, tried, and successfully control the ministries that actually he held. So thank you very much, Peter. I urge all the people in this platform, let's all support Matiangi. If then Matiangi declare that he want to be the president, let's not remain behind. All of us, the total of 8198 people this platform, we are actually the correct trajectory towards liberating our country. Young generation, the Matiangi is the only candidate who will liberate this country to the next level. Thank you very much, Peter.
I like that. I like that, Komudo. Liberate. Geodesic. I see Professor Kibula Kibwana is here with us. Shout out to you, Prof, as well, for being here with Geodesic. Are you of the same school of thought with my guy Obel Subut that Matiangi will liberate us?
Vipi mambo?
Poa sana mzee.
Me, I think I'll go a little bit reserved with that idea. Kwa sababu basically we all know Matiangi, hakuna mwenye ajui Matiangi. Wanasemanga mgala muwe lakini haki yake mpe. Yeah. He did a good job being in the ministries, education and the interior, though interior ilikuja kakua controversial at the end of the day. So going by that, I think I'll be a little reserved at the moment, unless it's the last option we have, because right now we are in a stage like our country is in a mess. The education system is in disarray. We have like the health system, nobody even knows what is happening. Even the CS themselves. We have like a runaway corruption in every ministry, even the county levels. It is very sad. Very, very sad state. And keeping that in mind, we have like, okay, Matiangi was good in some ways, like in Pierre, at the end of the day, he ended up to show us like how someone who is corrupted or influenced by somebody can actually act. Because when he came and become political and started taking sides it became messy on his side, and he started acting very weird, and we all know the likes of the Kinjakoma brothers and so and with the state that we are currently, I don't think we need like we are in a train that is overspeeding. The driver is just there smoking on a cooler job and a captain. And basically, we don't need somebody mwenye ataweka brake ama ataweka reverse, because all of us will just die. Because that's what I think about Matiangi. Because the same action and reaction force, they are the same forces but equal, and they go on the different sides. So we need what I will go according to me is we need a sober mind. We need somebody who will just say, hey, kila mtu amechizi, everybody mad, everybody is angry, kila watu wamekasirika. But now we need like a little sanity. Let's bring. I understand there's a problem and something like that, but please let's tukae chini. Let's talk about. Let's have a conversation with each other, because at the end of the day, when we have like a working judiciary, we have a working legislature, we have like working laws, people who follows the constitution to the letter. I don't think anybody will have a problem with working with that. Because right now, it's like we are looking for a savior. Nobody is coming to save us. We should keep that in the back of our mind, because the problems that we have right now are just a symptoms of a very big problem. We have like a debt burden. Kuna madeni mingi. And that it affects kila kitu. It affects government efficiency. It affects everything. And then we have runaway corruption, which in a complicate manner even more. So we need someone who will straighten up the institution. Will like even the likes of the police will just say, okay, we know how controversial this department has been, but now what does the law say? What does the constitution say? How should you act with the citizens? You know, when we follow laws, at the end of the day, things will get right. And when things get right, you don't have to worry about a certain person doing something that is against something, because at the end of the day, you know, you'll have to face the consequences of what you did. And when we have like a working system like that, now we can now come later and talk about very controversial people. But we need a sober mind. We need somebody who will calm people down. We need somebody who will have a sober conversation with everybody. Because what we have in the ministry, like education and let's say health, is because we have a government doing something and the people don't know, or the people have not been educated that much, then they don't know. And we have like now people are angry because the government is pushing things that they are not aware about and things like that. And at the end of the day, we'll need someone who will just, bring sanity to Bante. That's what I think. And at the end of the day, we have also to consider the fact that this election, the coming election, might be decided partly, a larger percentage will be decided by the younger generation. And that's a very big problem that this government cannot solve, and it might not be solved maybe in the another it will take some time to solve it, because it keeps on expanding each and every day. We have unemployment issues, we have youths who cannot even find like opportunities to do whatever they studied or something like that. So keeping that in mind, I think there's a lot we have to think about. Yeah, some youth might prefer Matiangi because of the hardcore, but I'll go with what Western said. I don't think he will come and now run rogue and arrest the likes of William or something like, or those other corrupt leaders. He won't do that, because we all know about the Ruaraka land scandal. So at the end of the day, it's already tainted. Don't the corruption won't go away. It will just be like Meleta Duve PIA just clean things up. So we need someone who will use the law themselves to follow people up, if that's what we really need to fight corruption. So the likes of Tata and even Kibwana and Maraga, they have not even stated if they'll run, but I'll personally, I think I'll go for those if they will decide any of those. But then if it goes ikienda ikuwe that the only option to nayo ni Matiang'i, then that's because at the end of the day we have to, lazima tutoe must go. So so how do naachia pipi? Thanks, Mazi.
Asante sana Geodesic for that submission. Naona jamaa wa physical education anaitwa Japuonji, jamaa wa gym. How are you doing? Japuonji.
Hey, Peter, how you doing?
Physically fit. I am well. I am not physically fit, but I am trying.
So, okay, I was just doing, today is Monday, International Chess Day, and thanks for the speaker. Mine is just, hey, Ajoga, stop laughing. What up, check? Oh, where do I start? I've been listening to Weston and all of you, and this is a very good conversation. So, who is Matiangi? Matiangi is one guy, is a no-nonsense guy. And if I was to bet between Matiangi and Ruto in a boxing match, leave alone politics, I think Matiangi will win. That guy is no nonsense, and there's a reason they fear him, you know. So Matiangi had intelligence as one of the last interiors, and he was attending those minutes. So the reason I think he wants to come back is because he knows what it takes, and he has what it takes. And as much as we like Omtata, I just changed my mind a few minutes ago after listening to a lot of conversations and going through his and the rest. Obel, stop laughing. So what I'm trying to say is, if I had the choice of Kalonzo to me is soft. He cannot face these guys head on. If I was to pick someone like Raila, his old guard is going home. We know that. If I was to pick Maraga has not even, spoken about his interest. We don't want to push someone. At some point, people used to say that maybe hata Raila atakangi kuwa president. Sisi tunamsukuma. Hiyo kitu ilikuja ikapass. Sometimes inakuanga ukweli. Me, I think huwa ni ukweli. Juu, this guy anaendanga election, dia lose, aingie kwa government. Because he's been in all governments. Having said that, we don't want to repeat those mistakes, the history. Kupush mtu mwenye hajashow. As we speak now, how many people have shown interest to go against Ruto? Honestly, watu kama Wanjigi hawaja declare interest. Hao ni ma last minute, wale watu wanatafutanga coalition. Watu kama Peter Kenneth saizi wako missing, wako raised. They will show up last minute. We are expecting them. Kuna watu like I'm sure 100% akina ODM wataeka mtu, but not Raila. But Kalonzo cannot withstand Ruto. Me, I'm telling you, honestly speaking, that guy is quite soft. Hata ile time yenye Miguna alikuwa anapisha baba, sio, this is the same guy alijificha. I'm not saying in a bad taste, but si alijificha ama. Okay, having said that, let's look at people like Martha Karua. Martha Karua has a tainted history here and there. He can serve. He's a no-nonsense woman, we know that, but I will not bet on her 100%. But in the Matiangi administration, she can serve, okay? Who else was there? Matiangi, Maraga. Omtata is good. But see, there's something I'm reserving for Omtata, He's like 50-50. One leg, he wants to join he wants to join the Gen Z and post his candidature. And then I just landed upon a video of his wife talking about the husband's interest, who is Mrs. Omtata, was talking about interest of Oki Omtata wanting to vie for presidency. You see, you don't take things like presidency as a joke. I mean, I'm not saying the wife. I have nothing against the wife, but you have to. This is serious business. He needs to step down and tell us, this is the time, guys. This Ruto sio mtu wa kucheza cheza nayo hivi. Ruto aliwaambia, mnaonanga yeye ni mtu wa kucheza cheza naye ovyo ovyo hivi ati kama mjajipanga. And he used to tell Raila, mjipange mapema. Kama hatujipangi this year, at least we need to have some information. Unaget? So if Omtata is going, let us know clear before this year ends. Asimame kidete na tuambie, I'm going for it. Si mambo na kutuma watu kujaribu kupima weather. No. We want someone who is going there to stand against Ruto and face him, And the only also thing that about Omtata that is I'm reserving I'm reserved a little bit is about this guy likes going more the legal way, he likes going to a lot of court work, all this, he likes to go legal way to the, and sometimes as he work, sometimes we need to work with this Ruto with some unscoped methods, like we need to face him. Unajua mtu ukisimama na hivi akikusalimia hivi mkono itetemeki, you face him. Unajua we need such a leader. We have reached that point whereby lazima tuonyeshe Ruto we have someone who is a man who can stand with him. Matiangi still fits that. Okay. We have heard a lot about Matiangi and we have not even had enough. See, once watu wamejua Matiangi anasimama kidete and he will be speaking, utaona zile vitu government bloggers watatoa. This is not all. Watasema everything. But as we speak today now, at this moment, my vote would go to Matiangi as the first choice. And I would expect him to pick a team which will include people like Omtata and a few others, okay, of the same mindedness. Because remember, Ruto will 100%, he will field someone, and he's trying to do that. He will field someone to break the alliance, because whoever will get the Gen Z votes will win 2027. He knows that. So if Matiangi can attract the interests of Gen Z, because as someone said here, we need sanity. We need sanity in the government, Maze. Nothing is working. I work. Let's be honest, nothing is working. And we have seen how Matiangi works, how he was walking around, like doing things, making sure things are done, asking other cabinets to stop saying it in the office, to go around and check the work, checking examination on the ground. This guy was there, and I admired his work, The other thing this guy was talking about, or Ben was talking about, him was just following the master's rule. Okay, that is debatable because sometimes you can resign if it's too much, but he has I cannot say that he has a lot of blood in his hand, that like what we are seeing now, like the 60, demonstrators that were killed on July 25th. But, you have always that choice. It's a choice to resign. Okay, you always have that choice. So we cannot give excuse that they did something because they were told. No, that is not excuse. Even soldiers as ingine usimama kidete wanakata. So as I wind down, I wanted to give you a quote by Napoleon. Napoleon once said, "The world suffers a lot, not because of the violence of the bad people, but because of the silence of the good people." So sometimes you ask yourself, who are these good people and why are they silent? Who are these silent majority? Because I would hate so much to see Ruto win in 2027, not because he's good, like Mo used to win, not because he's good, but because we are divided. When can we join hands as a movement and try to stabilize everything? Gen Z, we don't have a leader yet. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and me. I know I've been tweeting about things about Matiangi and everything, but I have come to conclusion after checking all others because they have not shown interest. As we speak now today at this moment, my vote goes to Matiangi, a no-nonsense man, and that is the trump card I think that we have now. So thank you so much, Pipita, and I second this motion. Kaende.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to be running a poll because now it looks like we are divided right down in the middle. There are people who think Fred Matiangi is going to be the next president. They're going to vote for him if he steps up. And there are people who are thinking, oh no, we need better. I see Kowino is in the building. I want to hear from Kowino before I go to second rounds of submissions. Kowino, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Pipi, jambo.
Jambo sana ndugu yangu. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm well. Hey.
Unasikia liberation ya nani ya boy wangu hapa Komudo.
Nimesikia hapa Komudo bwana. Komudo jambo bwana. Umesema mama amefanya poll. Yeah, mama Komuda.
Matiangi.
Komuda.
Maraka.
Komuda's mother has done the polls na ameona ni kama Matiangi will win. I love that. Najua siku hizi naogopa kuongea hizi spaces pipi bwana. Last time niliongea kwa space nikaambiwa I'm selling people fear, na nikaambiwa mimi nimeshaingia ODM na nimeingia kwa serikali, niko kwa payroll na sasa hiyo nalala kwangu njaa. Ni juu watu walisema huku wanataka kuform army ya ku counter attack government abductions. Nikawaambia hizi vitu tunasema tu kwa space but literally haziwezi. Up to this moment sijaona any of them, and I really want to hear from the people who said they will form that jeshi, because yeah, they dropped me from that space saying that
Watu wa kuchora giza kwa spaces. You know, one of them, I actually one of them legit stopped coming to home run with people, because kwanza hauko Kenya, unatafuna premium miraa, unakuja unatuambia hapa eti you know we need to counter them, we need to go to war. Yeah, ukiongea unaongea unatoka moshi kwa masikio. We need to go to war. Must go.
Mimi nilisema hizo vitu bwana, hatuwezi pipi bwana, nikaambiwa mimi nimeingia ODM nataka kuvai for a seat and all that, so nikasema okay, sawa, wacha tuone basi.
Ukijaribu kuwa change mind wanasema Koino amelipwa kama mimi last week nilisema I don't know what I said, then this guy Gaido was like is a dangerous government of account to be avoided. So yeah guys, anyway, ningieni pale hivi kwa tip jaba na my government muni support. Ndarala njaa tu juu nilisikia nalipwa na serikali. Anyway, Koino, talk to us. Walai niko na fuliza, niko na 8 bob kwa fuliza.
Yeah, pipi mimi nani akona feedback? Komuda anafaa mute. Hizi suggestions zote ziko poa, discussions zote ziko poa. We don't know. Mnaweza ka Matiangi, me like for all I know right now I really don't care, bora mpate a suitable replacement to mwenye anashinda Ruto. Then I'm just fine. If the youth, if the entire population can muscle troops or support one person mwenye anaweza toa maybe the current government, and they feel the person mwenye wanaeka hapo ataperform, then well and good. All we want is a better country. But a very big but. I want to rely take sides na the Western school of thought that na hii ni kitu tumekuwa tukiignore sana kwa hizi spaces, and when you say it, people think you've been bored. We are really ignoring the fact that we are not dealing with just an average politician. To deal an average politician, yes, umesema Matiangi is ruthless, but isn't William Ruto also ruthless? He is equally ruthless. Na yeye sasa ako na power. I don't know if you remember these statements, but I remember him saying kwani iko deep state mimi sijui, mimi na mimi ndio deputy president. Kuna deep state mimi sijui, na sasa hiyo Uhuru was busy campaigning for Raila towards the 2022 elections. Alikuwa anawaambia tu publicly kuna deep state, mimi naweza shindwa na kitu inaitwa deep state. He was saying it and people were ignoring. Hapana. Where is he right now?
Kwani ukiniangalia kweli mnafikiria naweza shindwa nao watu kweli?
Exactly. Alikuwa tu anawaambia hivyo, anasema kunaweza kuwa na deep state mimi sijui, mimi William Ruto kunaweza kuwa na deep state mimi sijui, and people were like hakuna. Uhuru hata mpelekea sword. What happened? Where are we right now? This guy only needs like 6 million votes. And trust you, Mr. Mnaweza ona tunaweza ona hapa kwa space he can't get them, but William Ruto is very smart. He can get the 6 million votes. The rest zenye zinabaki mumwachie, he can handle them. If he needs 2 million extra, he can handle that. He just needs 6 million votes. Na bado na feel tu Kenyans can give him those 6 million votes. That is my biggest worry. Tunaweza sema hapa he won't get votes, but the way people think hapa nje, it's different from how we think on these spaces. This guy gets 6 million votes, he is the president. Na Western amesema kitu moja hapa. Ruto feels like he is better than Kibaki and better than Uhuru. And those two went for 2 terms even when they did not deserve it. Do you think he will accept to go for 1 term? Sioni, like, I know we want to save this country. I want to be part of it. Personally, mimi siwezi votia Ruto. I cannot. Sikumvotia na bado siwezi mvotia. I'll vote for an alternative candidate. Whoever atakuwa mwenye wananchi watasema tuchague. But are we satisfied enough that that alternative candidate atapiga Ruto? What do we need to do? Because we really need to find these solutions as quick as possible. Na sahi, hata hizi suggestion tunaleta Matiangi nini? We are really giving him enough time ya kuthink venye atabita watu, like tunampatia cards zetu zote, tunamwonyesha hii ni 10, hii ni 9, hii ni Joker, hii ni Q, hii ni K. Now do what you can do. That is what we are literally doing. Tunaweza compare hizi vitu na Botswana, United States, Donald Trump and everything. But even Ruto himself is a Donald Trump wa huko. Yeye venye aliingia kwa presidency aliingia venye Trump aliingia. Sasa kumtoa maybe haiwezi kuwa because hai tunaangalia Botswana, Matiangi sasa amesign na wale watu walipatia ule wa Botswana kura. No. Watu wa Botswana hawatavote Kenya. That is the difference. And maybe they were too tired, au maybe walikuwa washachoka. Unajua at this point na feel Kenyans maybe bado hawajachoka tena enough. Like na feel too like ni kama Kenyans hawajachoka enough. Watu washarudi kwa comfort zone zao. People okay. Mtu wako maybe anafanya kwa serikali kwa basic salary yake, atakuja hapa kwa home run with the PP aseme SHA ni mbaya, then kesho akatwe salary iende kwa SHA na they will do nothing about it. That tells you people just comfort, people just want to live. At this point una feel to people just want to live, wa feed familia zao and all that. But the president we have in power is not an ordinary politician. Huyu ni mtu amekuwa kwa serikali zote, amekuwa kwa Moi, hata ya Kibaki alikuwa part of it at some point, amekuwa kwa ya Uhuru na amekuwa president sasa. Is he gonna go for 1 term? Western amesema kitu moja. Ruto anajua everything about politics because he has been on both sides of the divide. He has lost an election, whether ilikuwa maybe na controversies the 2007 election akiwa Pentagon, or haikuwa nayo, he has been on the losing side. And again, he has been on the winning side. Na after alikuwa kwa the winning side hiyo 2013, whether the election was contested in a court ama whatever, whether he was on the losing side, he realized one thing: he can never be on the losing side again. That is why 2022 aliingia na whatever he had to do, he did it, akakuwa president. Because look at it, the incumbent president at that time with all state machinery was supporting a different candidate. Mpaka wako wanapatana na his deputy who was William Ruto. But William Ruto managed to beat them clean and square, whether it was contested on a court or not. Sasa tunajua like in history 100 years to come hakuna mtu atajua hapo iliibiwa. Itajua Ruto became president. That is how history is unfair. Itajua wewe ulikuja number 2 kwa hiyo election. Itajua this was the first president, second, third, fourth, fifth, blah blah hivyo. William Ruto beat state and its all machinery with their candidate, akakuwa president. Now he is the president. Yes, I know power of the people is very strong, but we have to be like, we have to do things out of the ordinary. Venye tu Western amesema, we all want this government out, but we have to do things out of the ordinary to get it out, because it's not going to be a walk in the park. Tunaweza piga kelele kwa spaces, we can meet, we can even Uhuru Park, 1 million people at Uhuru Park. We can even Uhuru Park, 1 million people at Uhuru Park and all that. But see how wanapiga kura. Just when Western amesema, you remember Mutai Nguni's tyranny of numbers. Those things were there and people ignored them. And that is how these people got to power. Yes, tunaweza taka Matiangi could be ruthless as well, but he was also part of the problem. What happened to human dignity and principles? Enye mnasema Matiangi alikuwa ana follow orders. Yeye alikuwa ameambiwa tu orders, like kama ni kuabduct, go and abduct. If you are self-principled enough, unafaa ukiambiwa useme hii hapana, I resign. We've seen people have been resigning at worldwide everywhere. Why was it so hard for Matiangi? Kama yeye hakuwa part of those things. He was just part of it. I'm not saying he like maybe atufai kumpigia kura if he wants. Maybe he's the better evil. But Kitu kutoa Ruto kwa power. I'm on that side of Western's bet. Bwana huyu jamaa bwana, mimi hata sasa namuogopa tu. Nikiangalia huyu jamaa venye anapiganga hesabu zake, najua tu huyu ni kama ule Underwood wa House of Cards, huyu msimu ignore. Don't ignore this man. He's not our ordinary politician. He's not just an 7 million votes na tushinde. Atatoka na 9. Mnashangaa hata ametoa wapi? Na watakuwa hata na backup proof kwa nini wamepata hizo 9. Na hakuna kitu tutafanya. Tutalia, tuende maandamano, tukishatoka streets tuende court ichukue 14 days, ichukue mpaka the last day, then atangazwe, then apishwe, alafu tuende maandamano. So long ashachukua hiyo nini? Asha take oath pale. We'll just cry again kwa spaces. So we really have to be careful na choices zetu and what we're gonna do about it. Yes, it's possible. It's very possible. But probably not just kwa spaces. Not just by me calling my mother and asking, we mnataka Matiangi ama nani mnataka ama Maraga? Yeah, it's not gonna be easy like that. Like, bwana huyu jamaa anapiga mahesabu. Angalia sasa hivi venye ame contain situations zote. Si tulikuwa tunapiga hapa kelele tukisema waende wote na Rigiji. Where is Rigiji right now? Si watu walikuwa wanapiga kelele kwa street ati hawezi enda Rigiji, hawezi enda peke yake, lazima waende wote. Okay, where is Rigiji? Where is Rigiji sahi? Who is the deputy president sahi? And wakati wa campaigns, wakati Joho walikuwa Kiambu, Joho alisemaje? He will use Rigiji for 2 years then dump him. Do you remember that? Now it makes me think that was not Joho speaking. Joho alikuwa ameambiwa sema hivi because itafanyika. Wakubwa wake. Like, you literally don't think that is a coincidence. Joho is not a prophet bwana. But aliwaambia 2 years Rigiji out. Memaliza miaka ngapi? 2 years, around 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks out. So this is not an average man. Akishaamua anataka kufanya kitu, enye sisi hata tuko against, itafanywa tu, tutapiga tu kelele and all that. Maybe hata ile withdrawing finance bill publicly ilikuwa tu kutupaka mafuta, but it's just operational. So this is an extra smart guy. This is an extra smart guy. We want him out. All of us, we want him out. Hakuna mtu hajachoka na hii serikali. Bwana uchumi inatufinya kila mahali. But we just, I don't know, sijui tutacheza cards gani. Ndio hata hao Matiangi, whether ni Morara, whether ni nani, wakwe president, whether ni Omtata, whoever it is who can sanitize the country. But lazima tu, the work cannot be just done on spaces alone. Not everyone is on spaces. Ukiangalia population ya Kenya, hata watu wako Twitter na wenye huwa active on Twitter ni kidogo sana. So it's an uphill task. Si kitu tunaweza sema tu tunaenda kufanya bwana, tunaenda kufanya. Hizi vitu ati sasa tunaenda hata ku-expose projects zimestall. Like literally, if you look at it, it's not making any impact. Haichafui hata jina yake kwa kivyote. Like, the guy is very comfortable with that. Easy, with you expose at useme hii dam itajengwa nini? Like, hata ina effect on litmus paper. Just look at it vizuri. The way yeye anacounter vitu. Someone was saying here hapa, tatu kileta cartoon. Yes, these things could be working, but not to an extent zenye zinafaa kuwork. Again, MPs wake wanamsaidia campaign. Sisi we are very few wenye maybe tunaenda kwa ground. Yeye ako hadi na MPs wenye alishabai, people are comfortable. In those areas that those members of parliaments and everyone's come from, there's a percentage of people who are comfortable with him being the president because the MPs are more convinced. So again, if he gets 60% of his MPs back in power, he's back in power. Literally, he will be back in power because he just needs like 150 MPs who retain their seats. Atakuwa president because most of those people wenye watakuwa retain their seats itamaanisha watakuwa wamempatia pia kura mingi, maybe half, 40 to 50% of votes in those constituencies. If you go by that dynamics, utapata this guy is just back in power. So as much as tuna concentrate pia kwa national politics, presidency, these presidents cannot work with MPs wenye wanaoppose kila kitu wanapeleka kwa bunge. Because look at it this way, ingekuwa hii parliament, most of the people who are elected are not wa UDA. Do you think easy bills ingekuwa zinapass kwa bunge? Kumaanisha Ruto was very smart. Alipiga hesabu zake kwanza, akabai my MPs before hata elections. Kila mtu akapewa ticket. Ukikuja hivi unapewa ticket. Ukishaenda kuvai na hiyo ticket, wewe sasa wewe ni slave wake. Wewe akisema hivi, akisema kohoa, unakohoa. Akisema peep his head on a stick, you bring that. So so hiyo kama ina play, the moment ina play hivyo, hawa watu wote wanamsikia sasa. Yeye all MPs are inside, inamaanisha it's even hard to get the presidency. So we should also have a contingency plan. If he wins for a second term, who will hold him accountable? Now that is why you need to concentrate pia on easy parliamentary seats. Mnaweza ignore easy parliamentary seats, but they are also equally important kama the presidency, because if kama ile 2008 when Kibaki did not have majority in parliament, bills hazikuwa zinapasiwa ufala kama hii finance bill imekuja inapasiwa. So we also need people who can keep him on check if he goes back there, which there is a possibility he will. Huyu rais akubali kuwa one term president. So yeah, that is what I wanted to say. I don't think it will be easy with jamaa kubali kwa.
Koino, umesema umekuja kwa ile inaitwa acceptance. Oh my God, mnanibamba. I see Maria Davis, I know I'm gonna do, but I kicked out Calvin, so I'm gonna let Calvin talk to us, and then we get from Malia and Ajuoga as well. Calvin.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fifita, kuna pale umeenda mbaya. Hakuna kitu inaweza kosekana bila kukuwa na umoja. So Ruto being there doesn't mean that we cannot chase him away. We can chase Ruto away very fast. And Ruto needs somebody who is very courageous and brave. That person, if we have on our hands, Ruto can run away. Because if you look what Gen Z did, Gen Z just boo him, but he wanted to escape. So if we can organize ourselves properly, Ruto can run away. Second to that, we don't want to declare, it is not good for us to declare any candidature. Whether it's Matiangi, whether it's who, whether it's Okiya Mtata. We want these candidates to declare themselves. Why am I talking like this? If you declare a candidate in public and X become the president, one time you will say that you are the one who forces me with that chair. I didn't want that chair. So we know that Matiangi is brave enough. Personally, I know Matiangi is brave enough. Mtata also is brave enough. But we cannot, we don't want them to know that we are behind them. We want them to declare first. If you want a lady, you go to lady, you approach a lady, you tell a lady, this is what I want. This is what I want from you, if you may like. But the moment a lady just comes to you directly, you will brag. You will brag. I know that is a situation where people will do. These people they will brag to us. Let us go to them, approach them. Let us them go coming to us to approach us, not we approaching them. If we approach them, we won't go anywhere. We won't go anywhere. We know Matiangi is a good guy. Omtata is also a good guy. And I know that maybe their heart is in Kenya, but they can let them start find on how they can come to us, not we going to them. That is how somehow it's like you are begging somebody who doesn't want to work. We cannot force somebody to work. Let them come for that work. If you want to work, you draft a letter and you say that I need this job. Huh? And if you are there, Mr. Pipiti, you will say that this man is interested. So we give you what you are interested for. We cannot force you to do for us a job which you are not satisfied with. So let us combine our brains together and rethink and rethink. I've not said Matiangi is a bad guy. Matiangi is a good guy and he's also an intelligent guy. But let us not make a mistake of declaring his candidature. if we declare for him, Matiangi will become the more worse than Ruto, because he will have the word to say that there is a day you force me with this leadership. Now why are you disturbing me? Allow me to be in peace. Tunataka atafute yeye mwenyewe, kama namtata atafute mwenyewe, tuendelee hivyo. Wakisa declare na tumeona ako sawa, tunakaa nyuma yao, tunasema bwana, wewe mwami, wakati umefika, chukua hii kitu enda nayo. Tumekupatia huu msichana, enda ulende huu msichana mzuri, upatie manguo, shida ambayo ako naye, kama unaweza maleza shida yake, na itakuwa namna hiyo. Lakini tusiforce Matiangi na msichana. Ukiforce Matiangi na msichana, atasumbua msichana. Mimi nakwambia ukweli, ule mtoto wako kwa nyumba yako huko, hata kama ulikuwa unaona mimi na zoba around na msichana wako wako hapo kwa nyumba, alafu wewe unasema ati huyo kijana unajua ni kijana mzuri, enda kwa huyo kijana. Hapana, haikae namna hiyo. Hapo bwana Pepeta, tumedifa na wewe, tumedeclare 100 na wewe %, tumedifa kabisa. Matiangi atafute mwenye anaweza ishi na yeye, sio sisi tunaotafuta yeye. Hatuwezi tafuta mtu sahi. Sahi tunataka kupigana na ufisadi na njaa ambayo inamaliza hivi vijana. Vijana wako na njaa kweli. Vijana wako na shida kweli. Hiyo ndio kitu tunataka iendelee, na hii mambo ya kunyanyasa wanawake, kuwaua wanawake carelessly, ambayo tunaona vile inafanyika, haijafanyika kwa hii Kenya. Mara nyingi tunasikia tu vijana wanaume wameolewa. Hata siku hizi hata wanawake wanaolewa jamani. Pepeta bwana, ongea na wanaume bwana. Hii haiwezekani. Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa to stop with immediate effect. Na wanawake watoke nje kweli na wapige nduru. Hii haiwezekani kabisa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana kwa hiyo submission. Anaitwa Calvin. Thanks so much Calvin for that. Malia, what do you have to say?
Okay, I had just put for you something which Matiangi said about Ruto. Sijui kama unaiona hapo kwa post kwa nini comments.
Hebu acha niangalie.
Umeiona, unaweza kutu
Check it.
ona kama unaweza kutuplayia hiyo yenye alikuwa sijui kama nimeweka mbili, lakini ni moja, kuna moja yenye yako very hii yenye imeandikwa Fred Matiangi want Kenyans that William Ruto campaign promises were all live.
Oh yeah, nimeona, but I'm away from the machines today, Malia. I will play it maybe in the first tomorrow's show.
Okay, so okay, what I wanted to say, nasikia watu wako so disoriented, like mtu amekuwa sasa ni kama Mungu hawezi tolewa hapo. Kenyans, let's not have an attitude of giving up. Ati sasa, this guy amekuwa hapo sijui since when. Hata shetani amekuwa hapo for 6,000 years na bado tunajua tutamshinda. So story ya ati sasa ati giving up and having a very, what kind of attitude is that? This guy, we are not even 2 years with him in the relationship and we are already feeling like we are growing mad, alafu unakuja kutuambia hapa atarudi 2027. Acha mchezo.
Haya, okay, Malia. Ajuoga.
Malia yawa. We, Pepita, my gadget is really hot. And today it is really hot. I don't know why. It seems there is something we call in physiology called impulses. Wacha nisiingie hapo. I think engineers are also here. Kama ni impulses za watu ndio zimeongezeka na speed, wacha nisifike hapo, lakini naelewa Malia. Escowino was bringing in a very good Escowino in clinical trials, we call it an observation in clinical trials. you are bringing a context. I think that is what is really annoying so many people here, including Malia. You know, Malia has to get annoyed because things are terrible. Things are terrible in this country, especially for ladies. I mean, it is terrible completely. And part of the reason why things are really not working, and especially for women gender, I have had instances of employing people, and I've seen it. In fact, for the last 5 years, yeah, especially in the counties, I've also been those boards. Hey, hii kupeana kitu igongewe is something real. And so when Malia is annoyed, she's coming from somewhere. And that is what many of our female gender are going through. So I understand her deeply. And I understand the frustration, especially he has with the personality in Ruto. That said, I think PP, moving forward, we will have to come up with a space later on to discuss this issue of how do we fold or delve or shelve or put unity. How do people get united in this cause? The issue of Matiangi, Prof. Kibwana, I also saw Kabando in this place at some point, and any other leaders who are now opposing this government, is a strong issue. Sorry, I come from the lakeside, and that has to come out clearly. It is a very strong issue. It is affecting most of us psychologically, looking at the way things are, the lies, the propaganda, the greed, the PR, yani name it. The a whole flame of nonsense going on. And it is a very serious issue, because now when we say and make a conclusion here that no, we are supporting Matiangi, and as someone was saying, I love the serious accent Calvin was bringing it on. That is our accent are. But it was literally saying that hatutaki hii mtu akuje hapa atuambie at the end of the day ni sisi tulimpeleka pale aanze kutudharau. And that is very true. That's very true. And that is always happens with so many Africans. If Matiangi has come out to vie for presidency, we also expect Okia Umtata. These people, I know, in the fullness of time, people will come out and express their interest. But the opinion I'm having is that irrespective, no one is clean. In African setup, no one is clean. But one thing I'm loving in Africa, the wind, the cyclones and storms of change is really, really crisscrossing Africa, the horns of Africa. But one thing we have to know, we are dealing with a rooted system since we sent colonialists home. It is a system that has been here for long. It is not just about Ruto. And in our country, it is our country, Uganda, and some few African countries, I know it is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. I just want us not to lose hope, because I'm very sure that if you have a child in your house who is currently a medical officer in town, she is or he is now in the house, very depressed. If you have a child who is at Moi University pursuing medicine, you saw some crying. 9 years is not, that's almost a decade. In fact, their colleagues walitoka nayo form 4 wameoa. So if you are such mad, then I'm wondering what is it that can make you not to remove Ruto from power? It is something you start from the household level. This is a discussion we need to take back to the household level. There is nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear. Ruto can even get, and I want to support Nani Escowino. I can tell you for free, Ruto can get 55 million votes. He will get. Take it from me. He doesn't fear that. Remember, the person we are dealing with is someone who has studied how polite Kenyans are. Oh my goodness. How democratic we are. How we are resilient. Ruto knows this thing. He really knows that, when you are a narcissist and you have studied your partner well, you can make that person desperate for no just good reason. In fact, sometimes apologizing for what? For something that you are the problem, and he's apologizing. That is why Ruto has placed us. We are dealing with a political narcissist. We will be killed today. He will kill us today, but tomorrow he will come out and blame us that we are treasoners, we are criminals. Do you know that? He is a political narcissist. Na kumtoa, as many people have said, that is something that's not going to be very easy. But the only thing we need to do, it is possible, but it is not going to be very easy. So we have to craft plans. We have to be smart in short, and we have to know where do we apply. I'm very happy currently, the cartoons are going around are really messing the government down, and they're really shaking, by the way. They're really shaking. I can leave for free. We need to come up with propaganda that are making sense, logic. We need to expose, we literally need to expose the rot in these sectors of government. We need to put this guy in such a way that he is not thinking about stealing votes. Yani, he needs to be away from it. We need to accountability. Every coin, and we don't need to pay tax anyway. This country has a lot of money. Today you heard Minister for Finance saying that some people even carry money using trucks from Tanzania. That money doesn't go to the bank. It is used to nile kulipa na mkono kwa watu wa mjengo. That is what is happening. Na hata wengine wanafanya hivyo. It is terrible. So, in short, what I'm saying is that this is something very practically possible. Let's go in. I know you, where we come from. Yeah, where we come from, we are not people who are cowards. We can do everything possible. You know that. This is something practically possible. Removing Ruto, I know, is understanding. But you see, one thing that we need to know, PP, Ruto has learned that Kenyans are really people who are forgetful, resilient, forgiving, and come together. That is where he's getting it. He really wants, and that is why the politics of divide and rule prominently, appears in his rule, in his way of leadership. He has learned, and that is why I'm calling all of us. For now, the only thing we need to do is first consolidate. Let everyone come together, irrespective of who you are, so long as you are pro good governance, and as long as you are calibrating the horns of good governance moving forward. People needs to come together. This unity needs to, where you consolidate. Don't come here and tell us that Peter is on payroll. No, I think those things we now need to leave them. They are petty. Don't come here and say Morara has been given what is no. Let people come together first. Consolidate Kebota, consolidate Mata, consolidate anyone, every kind of human being who are literally fighting for the interest of good governance. Watu wakuje pamoja. Ikifika 2026, now we will be starting discussing, and it will not be a big deal. Watu tutachuja, literally tutawachuja. When it comes a time to support, when the times come to support whoever we want to support for presidency, even before 2027, I know it can work. Tutachuja watu, and we will come up with the best candidate. But that candidate must have a serious character of braveness, must really exude character of ruthlessness, and must be very, very combative. But in this case, the combativeness needs to be in a positive manner, pro-people combative approach. Ile, you do things for the benefit of people, the way it is happening with Traore. You don't entertain any political system. In fact, this is something Kenyans know you are right, as outlined in Article 1. You need to give this person what to do. If he doesn't do it, we will be able to eject that person outside. That is how it should be done. We are not in a system right now. People should not say no. I think it is practically by all means impossible. No, it is possible, but it is going to be difficult. And because it is going to be so difficult, people need to come together. Opinion needs to be hatched. Kila mtu akwe pamoja, ideas zinafaa zikuje pamoja. We need to push this thing, all of us. Let us not blame each other. Gaito said this, everyone has a special degree of madness. I am mad in a special way. Let me tell you, I can rant here the whole night. You know, that is my weakness. Esco Wino is a sober guy. We can't match on the table. I will be hitting the table. Everyone has a special level of madness, and everyone is a devil of his own or her own character. But there is that humility that needs to bring all of us together. It is only through unity that Moi had to go. It is only through unity that 2005 referendum had to flop. It is again through unity that we brought in a new constitution. There is power in unity. If people can come together, let's come together. Let us not hear these things of Pipita has been given this, Escovino has given. No, it is not making sense. When ukituma, contribute because you need good governance and you are supporting someone with a good cause. Let us come to the reality that we are dealing with a reckless, practically vicious human being. He's not someone to joke around with. You know, he's not someone to joke around with. After all, how many bloods has he seen? You might not be the only person that is going to put down. Let us come to the reality that we are dealing with someone who has no gas of feeling towards humanity. No, he doesn't have that. Tui kitu tunafaa tukue tumejua, because we are practically seen how this country is now being run. We have seen how combative he is. Adani is here and it is here to stay. Believe me. Everything that are supposed to be implemented under Ruto will be implemented. Believe me. But again, on our side, what we need to be done must be done. Thank you so much, Pipita. Unity kwanza, na lazima tuhakikishe tukiendelea mbele, lazima watu wakwe pamoja na tuanze petty, divisive, and things that are just dividing apart, which Ruto knows how to use as a tool to move forward. Thanks so much, Pipita, man. Gonna be here to listen.
All right, we are 11 minutes past 8 p.m. If you're listening in for the first time, this is Home Run with Pipi. Social conversations each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. We are about 49 minutes to the top of the hour, so I'm going to listen to more people speak to us. I see Research is here with us. Talk to us, Research. How are you doing?
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to have a small contribution to this particular debate, but let me begin by saying that there is no doubt that Matiangi is a good leader and is a capable leader to fight corruption in Kenya and and push the country forward. But however, let's be fair, Matiangi is not able to win this particular post, even if we support him in any way. So in Kenya right now, we don't need a good leader. We need a leader who is able to fit within the jungle, because the political jungle of Kenya is not predictable at the moment. It requires those people who are within the system, like the previous speaker, what he said. There is need for people to rethink on how to deal with this particular issue. Because right now, if Matiangi wants to make sure that he can have impact, he should come to the political scene and start talking to the people, see how he can deal with the tribalism, and these particular issues related to factions. So Matiangi for him is a good leader, but he may not be able to push for that. Let me say this. If you can see what is happening, at one point in time, people were told that political choices, consequences. I think that was an American ambassador who once said so before Uhuru Kenyatta was appointed to this particular position as a president. Because during that particular time, people had seen that Ruto and Uhuru were not eligible to take this post because of the blood that they shed during the particular election. And you see, this is what is happening today. Ruto did not stop that particular habit of killing. It's in him. That is why you discover that the bloodshed that is happening, it has been known. Even the ICC knew that the witnesses were killed, and even now the protesters are now in hot soup. So the center for Ruto is no longer holding. That is why you discover that it is very difficult for him to finish his term. Not because he may be overthrown or what, but even in terms of the issue of the center is not holding, even in terms of the psychology is equally disturbed. Look at what these Catholic bishops are saying today. That particular move is very dangerous for him. He needs to be cleansed by such people. Now it's like now people know that this thing has happened. So there is chance that people can take this as leverage because the center is no longer holding. You see, when Ruto came to power, he was not supposed to have the majority in the parliament. He tried to use money to pay people, and that is why he is where he is today now, because he is a kind of man who is using money and whatever. I'm saying this for you to know that Matiang, if he wants to come, he may not fit to this particular kind of a political jungle. So what is needed is for Kenyans to be sober, to make sure that whenever they are selecting someone, they should select someone who is within that particular parameter, who is popular with the people. Because Matiang is good. He has done well as a cabinet secretary for security, education, and whatever. But on the forefront to be the rais of the country, that is going to be a problem because the jungle which he is supposed to work under is very tough. If you check about what happened, Matiang could have taken advantage when they wanted to take him to anti-corruption. Soon after he was removed, he resigned from power. He was supposed to take that as a political advantage so that he could shake around trying to appear as if he's being persecuted. Otherwise, he could have been someone. But he chose to go out of the country and start working there. So, in our political environment, it may be difficult for him to make sure that things can be okay for him. Let me conclude by saying, Peter, that you see choices have consequences. This is where we are today. Because we made that particular choice, that is why you can see even the borrowings that were taking place that are affecting the country. They started from the choices, even the killings that are going on, they are from the particular choices. But Ruto's center is no longer holding. Even the Catholic bishops demonstrated that, though they were late to do that. So don't think of good people to take over from William Ruto. You may take some of the dead people who are within this particular political jungle. They can assist to remove him. So praying or trying to think of a good people who can come and remove Ruto is very difficult. You need a dead person who is a better devil to make sure that he can fight the particular devil. Then you can take off from there. Because otherwise the journey is still tough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rescue, for that. I want to hear from the one and only Ian Saj. Ian Saj, habari yako leo? Iano, are you there? If Ian is not there, let's go to General China. General China, what do you have to say to us?
Yes, I'm here just to echo one thing. You know, one thing like what always bring difference here. You know, my anger and everything that always drive me to this revolution is just being that I'm a Gen Z. So I don't know if my generation makes me different with the people from other millennial in terms of pushing. With us, we believe. With us, you know, the moment you start telling us how Ruto is powerful, how strong I am, we always don't care. Because if Ruto was that powerful, that 25th we could have not done those things we did there. So we always believe, we don't always want to hear any message that this guy is so superior. We have seen elections, we have seen president, very powerful president. Even Joe Biden was in the president of America. He had all the instruments of power to retain that power. But because of the will of the people, because of the young people in those nations, what they believed in, he was able to be hosted together with his own team. So me, I always get, my anger always comes when you start praising for me, this man. It's like you are praising for me God. You are telling me like, this is God. This is someone whom that like is so powerful that we cannot overturn him. Me, I always believe there's nothing Ruto cannot. If we manage to scare him together with Raila in that during that time, I always believe that it can happen. So it is very bad that you can come to self, you know, hiyo ndo tunasemanga kutuuzia uoga. Na sisi tulisha more like you, we don't tuuzia uoga, you don't sell for us, you tell us how bad this guy is. We believe. If you believe that this guy is so powerful, you believe that he's so powerful that he cannot be changed, just have your stand and believe in that. Hiyo ndio inafanyanga sisi tunakasirika by the way watu wa Gen. Sisi tunaamini hakunanga kitu yenye ni ngumu. So if you come start praising for us history of how this guy has done this, we have seen presidents in this country. Moi was hosted in 2002 by just a weak president like Moi Kibaki that people thought will not overturn the government of Moi. People even thought that Moi will give that government directly to Uhuru Kenyatta because he had the capability to do so. So because the power of the people are united, the people are joined, and they were able to host him out. Why do every time you have to come here to tell us that Ruto is so powerful? My friend, me always say, and I'm so blunt, if you are either with us or you are with them, don't be afraid to announce your stand. No one will crucify you, no one will kill you, no one will deprive you of your right of expression. But don't come to tell us like, this person is so powerful, he's so organized, he has done this. Every president in power is organized. That is why when Uhuru was coming to first term, he knew second term was going to be tough. So that's why he organized himself to get the second term. And that one didn't beat anything that happened that time from happened. That one didn't scare people who are vying against it. Right now we are speaking a very constructive argument of who to bring, which we have even started buying the idea of Fred Matiangi, because at one particular point we need that radicalism. We cannot say we can't. Ruto, if you see Ruto, even the way he talks in the streets, he talks like in the last election, was like mtu kama Kalonzo ukiniletea hiyo nimeshinda mapema. So that's why even us we have started feeling that we need somebody who is a radicalist, who can find this person to the ballot na hii movement na venye iko na hii pressure yote tumempea, si tuna believe itafanyika. Sisi kenye nafanyanga tukasiriko, waanze kutuuzia like theoretics like ni huyu jamaa kwa hivi. Si atuseme umenunuliwa manini. We are not saying ati mtu amenunuliwa. But hiyo uoga tutakangi kusikia tunasema it is impossible. How is it impossible? Who is this guy? Like yeye anakuanga nani? Like yeye ni nani ndio tumuogope? With us we are not afraid and we believe earlier than before. Ama hiyo 2027. Me, Ruto is a one-term president. You bet what you want to bet. Me, I can bet with you my liver. I know by that time my liver will still be there. I will give you my liver. I know very well that what I'm standing for is something we'll come to achieve. Very many people are counting on us. Very many people are counting on us. That's why we always have this logos with this generation. Millennial tunakosananga kidogo sana because atupatanangi places zingine. With us tuna believe inawezekana na tujawahi ogopa, and we should never be afraid. There are very many young ones of us, young generations who are also in this movement. Kuna wenye wana print posters every day. You want me to niende niwauzie uoga how dangerous Ruto is? They will beat me because that's a message they don't even want to hear. That is why Ruto akienda Embu, he was told the message. Ulikuwa nasikia nasalimiwa aje oza hatutambui. We cannot, hatuwezi mtambua, and he knows. Anajua capability. Jana alikuwa Embakasi, he knows the capability. So hatutakangi kuuziwa uoga na wewe. Kama unamuogopa at your own level, wewe muogope. Sisi hatumuogopi, and we believe by 2027 tutamtoa. And that's what I have to say. Mimi nimejaa mtu sana.
Jamani, hamtaki kusikia maoni mengine isipokuwa yenu. Lakini niko na swali tu hapa hivi. I know Luka Matoke said, Luka, you said you support Matiangi's bid, right? I hear the word ruthless a lot when people talk about Matiangi. And on June 25th, Ruto became ruthless. And it's part of the reason why we have had this discourse of telling him to leave and retire and resign and all that. It was because there was the danger of violence. Now, I'm really concerned when people come to the same space and say, hey, I want this guy because he is ruthless. Don't you think that if he can react ruthlessly, don't you think he's not going to be taking any form of criticism from us? Luca, are you there, Luca?
Hello again.
Yes, I can hear you. Talk to me.
Yeah, I like the discussions the way they are going. Yes, Nani is ruthless. You remember what he did to the likes of Sport Pesa and that group, the ones that are doing this betting. You remember what he did to the TV stations when they aired that mock swearing in of Baba. You remember what he did to the TV stations when they refused to migrate to digital. So Matiangi akiamua ameamua. So he's ruthless. He does not care. Yeye hata sahi akiamua akiingia ndani na tumsumbue, he can decide to switch off the entire internet. Everything. He can even order the military to shoot down the satellites of Elon Musk. So Matiang'i si mtu wa mchezo. So he can straighten this country. So we hope we can. And we had there's an interview I saw on YouTube whereby someone who was close to power, close to the executive during the past regime, he was saying that there were plans for Uhuru to endorse Matiang'i. Ni vile tu waliona if they endorse Matiang'i, it's going to affect the chances of kungekuwa like fahari wawili wanapigania hii kiti, because there was Baba and there was Nini Matiang'i and they were all in the same coalition, so wakaelewana Matiang'i asonge nyuma kidogo. So there were those plans, kulikuwa na those rumors, and that individual said, there was that, it was being planned. Ni vile tu waliona wacha kwanza mzee ang'ang'ane nayo. So yeah, Matiang'i can be a good individual for our country. He will be like Magufuli. And we hope if he gets in, maybe, if it works and he gets in, we hope he can steer our country in the right direction. Lakini, I'm one of those people who's against Ruto. And I'm against Ruto because of the bad governance. Like, during the 9 years that he was in power with the other individuals leading in the last regime, he had demonstrated things like, tear gassing the kids of the Langata primary, all these scandals that were happening. Ruto had really shown his true colors that he is not supposed to be given this power. So I was against him. Hadi sahi I'm against Ruto. And even in 2027, I'll be against Ruto. But one thing I can assure you, it is not going to be easy. Haitakuwa rahisi. Lakini hata kama haitakuwa rahisi, vile General China amesema, should we not just relax and tuseme nyewe ni kugumu? There's nothing we can do. No. We are at an advantage compared to the guys who were opposing Moi in the 90s. If you compare us with the guys who were opposing Moi in the 90s, did they have the internet like we have? We can discuss here our opinions and say openly that this guy is corrupt and this and this. They didn't have that. Sisi tuko nayo. Did these guys have places where they can, vitu kama bunge la mwananchi, where they can sit down and discuss against the government? They didn't. Sisi tuko nayo. The Human Rights Commission in that day, it was not as strong as today. You see, if you even the way the church is coming in and fighting these politicians. Back in the day, back in the day, I'm wrong in that. Back in the day, the churches were against the government. They'll just come out. But saa hii unaona we are at an advantage compared to those guys in the 80s, those guys in the 90s, but they still used to stand up and fight against Moi. They used to stand up and fight this impunity. What prevents you and me from fighting this impunity? That is what I want you guys to ask yourself. What prevents you from joining in this fight? You can see what is happening to the education sector. Children in university, they are suffering. You can see what is happening to our health. People have been saying SHIF is not working. Okay, myself, I've not come across that. But when many people say, do you want to tell me all these priests that came together and they said that SHIF is a problem, they were doing guesswork. All of them, they were just doing guesswork there and Ruto. No. We are at an advantage compared to the guys in the past, and tuweke our efforts pamoja, tuhakikisha tunapeleka huyu jamaa nyumbani in 2027. That is what I can tell you. Tuhakikishe tunarudisha huyu jamaa nyumbani 2027. We do our best. Tung'ang'ane kabisa huyu mtu aende nyumbani. That is when we will have a good Kenya. Otherwise, we are doomed. Thanks, Pipita.
Okay, thank you so much for that submission. I saw Chonjela here, but he has disappeared. Malia, ruthlessness haikuogopeshi? Kwani nyinyi hamjatosheka na police brutality?
Hey, pali tumefika sahii pipi, sahii pali tumefika honestly. In fact nilikuwa nasikia mtu akisema hapo sijui Matiangi sijui ati tusiende kumtongoza. My friend, tutaenda kumtongoza. Utakaa kwa nyumba kama unakufa na njaa na mwanaume ako hapo mwenye ako na chakula, anaweza kuletea chakula. We will go to look for him if that's what is necessary, but we cannot continue with this man anymore. This is less than 2 years and we are just tired. January ndio hiyo anataka kutuanzia na NSSF. Our salary imekatwa over 51%. Not to mention now the 49% tumeacha, now we are still paying 18% VAT and so many other taxes. Na June haijafika, tujue hiyo finance bill what it's coming with. Because now in June that's another finance bill which I know now inataka kuchukua our earnings 80%. Are we going to be working for the government or what is this now? In fact, not the government, we are working for Ruto. Juu pesa ya nini inaenda wapi? Hii pesa 1.9 billion yenye imeibwa, where is it going? The guy he has been taken on leave. Can you take somebody who has stolen money and then even he's not being paid half salary, he's being paid the full salary? So you put your cronies there. This is the guy who was in charge of Amako, where they were busy conning people. Now he brought him here to steal money and then he pretends to remove him. We cannot continue like this, surely. We cannot. By the way, wacha nikwambie, mimi I saw the time of Moi, but hatukuwa tumefika hapa. Let me tell you the truth. We had not reached here. The way this guy wants to enslave us. He wants to enslave us, tukue so poor, tukue hungry, masomo ishindikane, hospitali ndio hiyo. We were not there. So this guy, we have to check him. Like there's a guy who has said that hatutaki hata kusikia historia. The guy has been, this story which we are being told that he's not an ordinary politician. We don't care whether he's super ordinary or super what. He has to go because it's, by the way, now it has become a matter of life and death. Have you ever seen a president mwenye amekaa kwa kiti before 2 years is over? Kenyans are feeling like, what the hell kind of a nightmare is this? What kind of a life is this that we are living? We have never had this kind of a scenario which we are having with this guy. At time ya Moi yenyewe, I don't think I ever felt this tired. So this guy, we don't have an option. That is, let's not talk about whether he's extraordinary. It is us who don't have an option. So even that Matiangi, if it means tuende tumtafute tumlete kama endo atakuja kutusaidia, that's where we are. Because where we have reached now, we need to be saved by somebody. So if Matiangi wants us to go and look for him and even to fund his campaign, we will look for those people to fund it, because we are not the only ones who are tired. Do you think even the wealthy people in this country, they are very happy with this government? Ni watu wangapi wamefunga companies? Kenya Federation of Employers is always crying that companies are closing. Even them themselves, they are like, it makes no sense to do business in this company, in this country, whereby unaambiwa utoe housing, that if your employee akitoa hii na wewe umatch. What is that? For something which you cannot even understand. Because these houses for housing levy, what did they even do a feasibility study? Because when you go and now start bringing units, you are bringing units in Garissa, in Wajir, in places which don't even need houses. Hiyo pesa ingeenda kwa kufanya kitu zingine. You have to do a feasibility study. Maybe in Nairobi here is where we need houses, not everywhere, not every other place unaenda kujenga nyumba. And because now you have converted the whole economy to be your cash cow, you don't care whether it will collapse with the whole country, so long as you are making your money. How can you continue with this guy? Have you ever seen anything like this? There's no precedent in this country where we have seen somebody before a president 2 years before he has finished 2 years, Kenyans are on their knees. We have never seen anything. That's why I cannot understand somebody is coming here to tell us at 2027 the guy is coming back. Coming back where? First of all, even those parliamentarians you're talking about, in Kenya, 80% of them wanaendanga nyumbani. Na saizi, I can assure you that they will go. They will go. Unless I don't know what happens, but whatever the case, Kenyans where we have reached now, it's not a time of saying, this guy is supernatural. I don't know, he's not an ordinary politician. I don't care if he's Satan himself. He has to go. There is no otherwise. Because we are not ready now to go further. Yani, we have gone down. He has taken us to our knees, and this is 2 years. We have another 3 years. Then I hear somebody talking about 2027 is coming back. Are you crazy?
Allah, Shangela, how are you doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Chonjela Peter. I'll be so brief. I'm a student in Moi University. And all I can say is that we want a president that is going to tackle corruption and lack of accountability. And we want a president that will make our systems to work. Look at the education sector, for instance. Look at our universities. Look at Moi University. You know, a whole university successfully going on strike for a whole semester. And then we say that we see our society silent and there's nothing going on. But with a person like Matiangi, I believe that he will actually fight and put the systems on the right track that we want to see as Kenyans. And therefore, for me, I support Matiangi. Those people who are against Matiangi, I think they just have their own agenda. They don't want change. We must change these names that has been there. We must do away with the big fishes like Raila, Ruto, and the likes. We must bring in another new faces in the political regime. And therefore, as Gen Zs, we went on the street because of lack of accountability and corruption. And therefore, I fully support Matiangi. And therefore, those people who are against, then you have to propose another guy. And who is the guy? Who is the guy? Don't just, come here unapinga and then you don't want to offer an alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chonjela, and we are wishing an improvement in that situation down there at Moi University. Jesse, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Karibu sana kwa show, tuongeleshe.
Thank you very much. We also wish to register my comments on the ongoing topic, and I also join you to also wish Moi University on what the institution is going through. It's a real sad story, and actually, this is one of the things we are also saying about corruption. So corruption is still number one problem we have. So even as Gen Zs, as we were going for these protests, corruption was one of the key things. For me, I'll be very brief. If we can get someone that will help us to go out of this monster called corruption, we are good to go. And I've also heard you asking the question about the cruelty of what the reason why we have problem with Ruto is because he was cruel in the manner how he handled the protest. And if we are also in a kind of cognition that the person we are proposing is also having the similar kind of of attitude. So for me, I'll say, as long as the person can handle the situations we are in as a country, that is corruption, that is tribalism, that is just mismanagement of public resources, which amounts to corruption. So as long as a person can deal with this and turn around our economy so that we can be a better country that we all of us hoped for, it doesn't matter how this person is cruel. He's cruel because he's getting resistance from the citizen because of what is happening in the government. So as a defense mechanism, the leader become cruel on how to tackle the protest from what the government has already done. So we have even leaders, including the president of China, Russia. Those leaders, they have been known to be dictators. But are they helping the countries in terms of the economy? That is what our main goal is. So as long as this person will help us to make sure that we are out of what we are crying this today, I'm good with that. I'm a clinical officer by profession. And I can tell you in the health sector, it's a mess. We have healthcare workers that have gone months without being paid their salary. The reason is the NHIF has not remitted money to the hospital. So the hospital cannot pay the workers. And we are migrating now, we've already migrated actually from NHIF to SHA with pending bills, a lot of them, billions. And you see now the government is not even committing to pay this hospital. They just end up lying and lying. There's nothing good they can do apart from lying. So how do you expect people to trust you when they can see the normal essential services are not delivered? Patients are dying from they cannot access dialysis. Patients they can't afford just a simple primary care because of the menace of people surrounding the healthcare system. There's a time the hospital was actually claiming to be paid some amount of money from the NHIF, but that money is just holded by the people in the NHIF, and they're actually calling for bribe from the hospital before they release their own funds. So that is kind of corruption that you're saying. If we can get rid of that corruption, we are good to go as a country. So I may not say that Matiangi is the best person, but we have to have people that actually they can stand out and they say a wrong thing is a wrong, a spade is a spade. It's better a person who can you have different ways of leadership. So if a person can choose to be a dictator, of which is not a good one, but a kind of leadership that is accountable and but for the benefit of a common mwananchi, that leadership it's so much welcome. So if I can get a person who can stand by his own stand and do what is right, regardless of these other people, big fishes and other people who can subordinate those kinds of action. So a person who can say a bad thing is a bad thing, we are good.
Thank you for
the
just
count on the various dockets.
continue.
He really tried. So yeah, so it can be a better option when we are want to tackle the situation we are in as a country. So, but people may come up with other options. But for now, Ruto seems to be out of the question in the current situation that we are in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jesse, for that submission as well. And I know counties have also been in a tussle with the national government and the National Assembly as well, with regards to county funding. And the counties are saying their services are going to stop. People are not getting their salaries on time. So there's a lot of things also going on the sides as well. I think Rasosea is here with us. How are you doing, Rasosea? Hosea, unaweza nisikia mwalimu? Unmute your microphone.
Pipi Victor
Poa
anasema
sana.
umsaidie mic. Oh yeah. Are you getting me now?
Nakupata.
Yes, I would like to bring sentiments I've been collecting around here from my villages, from people I've been interacting with closely. First, most people are asking questions like, Matiangi is like bringing the brutality back. They are asking like, Matiangi is not a sheep without blemish. But one thing I've come across is that most people like Matiangi for his work ethic. He's a performer. And one thing most people have accepted is that the only person who can bring this crocodile out of water is this man, a no-nonsense man called Matiangi. So, in a debate, I just had a debate this evening with my village mates here. They were equating Matiangi, Maraga, Okoiti, and we came to a conclusion like, yes, Maraga could be one of the most honest men, but can he mobilize people like from the mountain, from across Kenya? Okoiti could be a good man, a lawyer, somebody, but does he have the capacity to bring? This is I can say the president we are having right now is not a joke. It's not somebody you can plan like you can have a democratic election and then win over him. You can imagine somebody who brings down a sitting president. So the only person who can do that job is Matiangi from the look of things. There is an analogy like I think Raila used some time back. Like when you have a crocodile which has been eating people in the island, the only thing or the only person who can bring that crocodile out of water is an alligator or an hippo. So as a politician in this corrupt African systems, you might have been tainted here and there. As in this system, even as teachers, doctors, you might have brushed with some pockets of corruption here and there. But there is some kind of audacity which Matiangi has in fighting impunity. There is a level of impunity this country has reached, which an humble person like me, I don't have a word to say. Like, yani, somebody who is so good cannot bring down this monster. I remember you know the history of Singapore. Let me say in brief, Singapore had a dictator for 30 good years. People don't look at that. They are singing Singapore, Singapore, Singapore. Singapore had a dictator who did not listen to UN conventions, who did not listen to what imperialists from the US were saying. But right now, they are trooping to Singapore to benchmark what that dictator did. Go to the history of Kwan Li Yu of Singapore, the founding father of Singapore. He did some inhuman things. So sometimes we need somebody who can even who can be very powerful in order to bring down, because this system is deep rooted. In different presidents, there are some deep roots in each system which Matiangi proved he can be able to up. So as we came to our conclusion in that debate, we came to agree that these people need to unite. We need people like Kalonzo. They have elements of uniting certain parts of Kenya. We need people like Maraga, honest men in some parts. Although they have not expressed any interest in politics, we need people like Okoiti. We need these young Gen Zs who are on X space, unless we want to remain here on X space, unless we want followers. But to be real with Kenya, we need all these people to unite and to unite behind a very powerful man like Matiangi. Despite having some mistakes here and there, is capable to bring it out. Let us sort those mistakes later. Because if you see the history of Kibaki, who performed, Kibaki was not a saint. Apart from the post-election violence, he performed very well. I
Thank you,
believe
sir.
is the one to deliver. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much. I see Victor Oria is dropping from the mic. I know there are people who are trying to reach me. I have about 27 requests. I can't see any of them. Home Run with PP comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. My name is MC Peter. You can support Home Run by going on to M-Pesa 0721948229 and dropping your support in there. Whatever you do in that tip jar is the reason why we have this type of independent conversations. We do not depend on politicians' monies or corporates. So for now, if you like what I'm doing, you can always go into that tip jar line 0721948229 and support. Before I go to Luca Matoke, who has raised his hand as we are about 9 minutes to the top of the hour, Kivuda Kibwana, Professor, has given us part of his thought. He says, let us remember Ruto and Raila combined are not necessarily an easy match. Kalonzo, etc. are trying to poise as the opposition. Kenyatta is waiting in the wings to influence 2027, and yet the country cries for a pro-people leadership. It has happened in Botswana. Hence, progressive forces must come together ASAP to ground the Gen Z spirit and to rid Kenya of tribalism, corruption, handoutism, misuse of public power for elections. The focus should be sourcing for a genuinely pro-people group, not a messiah to lead jointly. Thank you so much for that, Professor Kivuda Kibwana, for that submission as well. I saw him here. I don't know if he's still with us. He can talk to us on the importance of going early. I see Anthony Oro saying, if Ruto decides to steal the votes, how will Matiangi ruthlessness push this back? I also see someone else here, anasema Mzalendo, anasema winning an election when an incumbent is supporting a different candidate is not a factor. Even Kibaki won. Yeah. Even Kibaki won when an incumbent is supporting, even Kibaki won when the incumbent was supporting Uhuru. Name cannot be blank, anasema kama hatutokei 21st, then this is a waste of time. Wanjira anasema the thing is, Kenya's administration is not even halfway through the term and it feels like the country is entering campaign mode. Consider this a wasted term at taxpayers' expense, and we are just going along with it. Ingieni pale hivi kwenye tip line mnisupport, at least nitoke hata fuliza jamani. Naona Munyala, thank you so much Munyala for your support as well, and I also see the one and only Joshua. Thank you so much for your support as well. Ongaka anasema Matiangi, the only person who can be brought to speed to handle the scope of the mess we are in right now. Also, hardliners like CJ Mutunga Maraga should be used to mentor young generation leaders in these corridors. Bure, it will be a repeat scenario of the mess we are in. Aguko Hannington anasema we don't have angels in Kenya. Kila mtu akona past, hata siku hizi ukioa hawezi pata bikra mwenzangu. We just pick who is willing to have a better life with you for the rest of the remaining period on this earth. Anthony anasema to win the president one needs millions of votes, not extreme ruthlessness. Are you getting that? Luka Matoke anasema what Kenya needs is governance and political reforms. I'm going to be going to Luka in a few. We can have anything, anybody, but not Ruto. Mimi niko clear now. If Matiangi anasimama, I'll vote for him. Mr. Ficha anasema Matiangi has a track record of working for the public, and I'm certain with him. Mr. Ficha also saying is the credit tunapea Ruto that he's smart. Why do you have fear for changing? Why can't everyone think that kuna mtu mwingine who understands Kenya than Ruto? Let's not dwell in our fear, but the strength of change. Vaminator, as I listen to Homeland people, I can't help to bring you some funny breaking news. County governments have no money. They are threatening to stop the service delivery if Zakayo does not disburse the 60.3 billion they owe to them. Now, ask which services are they threatening to stop? Okay, so many comments here on the comment section of Home Run with PP as well. Very, 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 very thoughtful. Omudo, who controls the government, because every day presidents are compromised. Kenyans don't need a leader who works with pressure. Thank you so much for that. All those comments. Dennis Gitonga said currently Niko outside Kenya and I'm tweeting Matiangi is a perfect leader with the class of 2016. Can't testify that. Thank you so much, Mary, for that tip as well. With the class of 2016, can testify to that, and by July 2026, I will have resigned and I'll be on the ground to campaign against Ruto's regime. Thank you, Dennis, for that as well. One else, let me read like two more comments before we call it a night. The next government needs a president who will tear down cartels, both in national and county governments. Indeed, corruption that is deeply rooted in. Matiangi was fearless of them. Ni ile tu hakuwa president. Let's try him. If not, pengine Natembea or a collab of both. Would you guys think of a Natembea presidency? I've seen him tembearing Trans Nzoia with one car. Stop looking for Messiah and don't let present pain sanitize your past devils. Kenyans like to be made to do things, which is why when buses crash and kill people, we ask where were the police? Why not ask why not be good drivers? MCM wanasema at the worst we should give Matiangi a chance and view him as a transitional, as in Bora must go atoke kwanza president, then baada ya Kenya kupumua tuone kama tuta reset vitu zingine. So many comments have come in today's conversation, over 30 requests. I can't see them, but I hope you guys you can still join us tomorrow and see if you can be heard, and also you can write your comments up in the comment section, and let's get to know what is going on in and around our country. Thank you so much for tuning in hapa kwenye Home Run with PP. I have Victor on the line. Victor, habari, can you hear me?
Mzuri sana bwana. Leo simu ni kama imeshika moto kabisa. Maybe I need to change it. Hata hii uchumi ya Ruto inaharibu hadi simu. Noma sana. Anyway, yeah, I've had a lot of people speak and I'm happy that people are looking for alternatives. But guys, I can tell you bwana, Matiangi is not an alternative. We've seen how he brutalized people. You know, this is the same mentality tulisema, Ruto anakuja kumaliza dynasties. Kumbe amekuja kutengeneza dynasty. Saizi mnataka tena kuleta Matiangi ati sijui yeye ndio Mr. Efficient. By the way, tutokeni kwa hii savior mentality. There was only one son of God and he was Jesus Christ. Mwenye alikufa msalabani kwa ajili ya dhambi zetu. Tutokeni kwa hii savior mentality. Hii savior mentality ndio maana we keep moving from the frying pan into the fire. Na nilisikia mtu akisema hapa Matiangi will shut down the internet. Matiangi will do blah 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 blah. And of course he might do that. You know, if you look at history kidogo, there was a time when the Russian people were so desperate. They were so desperate for change from the Tsar and the Bolsheviks and whatever. They decided to give one person called Stalin a chance. Kwa sababu huyu ni mtu wa watu. Go and read the history of Stalin. The rest is history. 1929, the stock market crashed in the US, and that also affected Europe. Germany was a superpower then. Then came in a young Austrian guy named Adolf Hitler, who was known to be anti-government and pro-people. The rest we know his history. And we can look at so many historical cases around the world of this savior mentality complex in tuko nayo, without really analyzing the history of people. Wasn't Matiangi the CES when Miguna was being deported? Wasn't Matiangi the CES when Baby Pendo was being shot dead by policemen? And that case has not been resolved to date. Wasn't he the CES when even these two brothers from, was it Moranga Amameru, the Kianjoma brothers, disappeared? And up to date, that case has not been solved. Wasn't he a CES who knows very well that a CES should not be participating in politics, but was all over with Kibicho, politicking, and calling Ruto names? Yeah, in like encoded language. So what achaneni na hii, I know we all want good governance. And yes, maybe he showed he could do A, B, C, D. But guys, Matiangi is not the answer. In fact, mimi nawambia, let us believe in ourselves. Let us believe in ourselves. We can get a good person amongst us. Na tumeonyesha ya kwamba when Hanifa alikuwa anafanya mchango ya medical bills, tunaweza changa pesa. When those doctors showed up during protests, tulichanga pesa. Hata PP hapa tunamwekea kwa tipja hapa. Almost every time tukikuja tunajaza tipja. Morara hapa si tumemchangia pesa mpaka kanunua magari mpaka loudspeaker mpaka nini, na bado tunazidi kuchanga. So what makes you think that we cannot do this? We can. Yeah? Hosea, umetosha kuwa hata governor wherever country you come from. Davis, umetosha. General, umetosha. Jacob, umetosha. Sisi wote tumetosha. Tutoke kwa hii mentality ya savior that unajua na nini atatusave. Na nini atatusave. Sasa Matiangi akikuja na asitusave, sasa tunafanya nini? So we should stop. Matiangi is part and parcel of the cabal. He is part and parcel of the cabal. Kwa sababu, yes, there are things he did, but kumbuka Matiangi also, the way he is, it is his way or the highway. Hakuna option ya kunegotiate, hakuna option ya compromise. You either do it the way I want or the highway. Saizi what we should be discussing, najua pipi masaa yako inaisha, but nipatie tu dakika kama 2-3 hivi. Saizi what we should be discussing with the next candidate coming in, the person who wants to be our president. Number one, we want healthcare fully devolved. Hii pesa inakulu hapa afya house iende mashinani ifanye kazi inafaa kufanya. Agriculture, I don't want to see the national government distributing fertilizer. Hiyo sio kazi yao. Yeah? We have bread baskets in this country. Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Elgeyo Marakwet, alafu tukuje hapa Central. Hizi bread baskets mali tunajua wanapanda, they plant wheat, they plant maize. Tukienda huko Siaya, they plant sorghum. Let these things be done at the local level so that we can sort those problems locally. Yeah? Easy mambo sijui ati sijui bado tuko na Ministry of Environment at the national level. No. Let these things ziende county. Hizo pesa ziende county. That is discussion we should be discussing. Because right now, even today, Mbadi said that the national government is losing 2 billion a day. We are losing 2 billion a day, yet we want to sell our airport to some foreigner for 30 years. We are giving our power lines to some foreigner for 30 years. 2 billion a day times 365 days a year, that is 700 billion. Inamaanisha tunaweza jenga JKIA 3 mpya with corruption money. Yeah. So guys, please, and again, 2027 bado ni bali. Acheni pupa, acheni haraka. Mnaona mlikuwa na haraka hapa na Kasamuel. Sasa hivi mmeona ameingia chama ya hata sitaki mimi hiyo chama mimi nilihama. I used to be part of that party, but vile wali donate members to Ruto nikasema I don't need to be there anymore. Sasa hii pupa hii ndio inafanya tutaingia tena motoni. Acheni pupa, watch things slowly. Hizi kamkuji tuzidi kuwa nazo, people will come out here in front here. Unajua saizi, wacha nikwambie, saizi hata mtu kama tuseme Okiya Mtata akisema nataka kuwa rais saizi, by 2025 Januari ashatafutiwa makesi, ashawekewa vitu mingi, hiyo momentum inaisha. Hii kitu mtu anatangaza tu candidacy 2026 October November hapo, alafu tuko na 8 months campaign ya kuchanga pesa na ku make sure we build and we try to advocate for the country that we want. Sasa saizi unaona a minister of health anatoka nje anasema we need MPs to help us with members to register shift. Kwani huko umeongea na watu before muanze hizi transfer? The education funding model is not working. Now we need views from students. Why couldn't you take these views from students first before you implement these things? Yeah. So please, I beg you, toweni savior mentality yenye tuko nayo, that we are constantly looking for a savior. Kama unataka savior, I can point you to the Catholic Church, I can point you to ACK, Pentecostal Church, dini ya Roho Msamba, Roho Msalaba, Duondo Joluomowar and so on. Utapata Yesu Kristo hapo. Biblia inafunzwa kwamba Yesu Kristo ndio, he is the only savior, not a human being. A human being can never be a savior. So please read history of countries where people came as saviors. Al-Bashir came in as a savior for Sudan in the 80s. He stayed for sijui miaka ngapi. Saizi venye alitolewa, angalia mahali Sudan imefika, kwa sababu hakuna systems. Hii katiba mpya tumepata has given us a platform ya kujenga systems. Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa tu advocate for. Please, tujengeni systems pole pole tu, hakuna haraka. Na by the way, hata 2027 ile kitu inafaa ikuwe tunaangalia ni, can we even have some young guys who are interested in politics, who want to be MPs, MCA? Watu tunaweza wafikisha aje? Hiyo hata hiyo parliament ikuwe na hata 30% ikuwe ni Gen Z, ama hata 40% ikuwe ni Gen Z, inamaanisha tuna make progress, because hii system has been in existence for 60 years. We are not going to remove it within 2 or 3 years. So tusijidanganye, hii ni life. I always say being a citizen is a lifelong profession. It's a lifelong profession. Tuanze kujiuliza saizi tuko 2024. In the next 20 years, where do we want to be as Kenyans? Na hiyo ndio hesabu tunaanza kupiga. Tunaanza kupiga hiyo hesabu saizi na tunajipanga tukienda mbele. That is how we will win this war. Lakini tukitaka hizi quick fixes, Matiangi akikuja 2 years ako ndani, hata sasa afadhali turudishe ule Murima number 1, Rigathi akuje 2 years tena. Huyu jamani sasa was kabisa, tutafute nani? Kama baba bado ako alive, maybe tunaleta baba sasa. Akisa rauliza tupatieni baba. Sasa huyo ndo anakuwa dinosaur mwenyewe. So let us stop this savior mentality, please. Nawaomba. And I say this categorically as somebody who has voted for Baba all those years and has supported his quest. But tumefika mwisho. Na ni kwa sababu we've always been looking for a savior. We've always been, by the way, unajua me, you see the way Kibaki came in. Kibaki didn't come in with that savior mentality. Alikuja kusema I want to work. And if you hear even one of his former ministers, huyu Kipruto Arap Kirwa, he says Kibaki never used to call ministers ati sijui hebu nipatie report ya nini. Anakuacha, go, you wanted work, kazi sasa ndio ufanye. So ministers were at liberty to do things the way they see fit. Lakini hawa wetu ni kama ni koroboi wameshikwa, na unachukua ile kasuku unafunika nayo ili upepo isizime moto. Kwa sababu they don't have a mind of their own. They don't have a mind of their own. A whole sports minister can stand up in a podium and say, we are making progress. Tumedistribute fertilizer, bei ya unga imerudi chini na tuko na dola. And he's a minister for sports. Harambee Stars inacheza international matches in Uganda, but anatuambia we are making progress. So please, PP, and I hope hii itakuwa tu message hapa kwa hii platform yako tukiendelea, kwa sababu hii platform yako tunataka by the time inafika campaign period itakuwa ni kitu sasa, hata kama tunaweza host watu wakuje, tutafute tu hata ma halls, tunatembea county to county halls, watu wakae chini na the Kenya we want, the Kenya we want, the leaders we want. Na tunaanza kuhoji from MCA right to presidency. Unataka kuwa rais kwa nini? Na by the way, wacha nikwambie kitu moja, never vote in a president who tells you that they're going to end corruption. No, you will never end corruption. Hiyo iko kila mahali. Vote a president who's telling you I'm going to build systems that work. Once we build systems that work, corruption automatically inapungua. Unaona kama saizi Mbadi anasema nataka kuweka hii end-to-end procurement. That is how you kill corruption. You don't tell people that I'm going to kill corruption. You kill corruption by building systems that work. Exactly, and that's what we need. So nikimalizia, savior mentality toa kwa akili. Matiangi toa kwa akili. Billy toa kwa akili. SKM amekuwa kwa karibu serikali zote. Amekuwa kwa siasa since 1985, even before my father knew he would give birth to me. Even before God himself knew I would be formed in my mother's womb. Tayari alikuwa kwa siasa. Bado anataka kuwa rais saizi. Bure kabisa, fagilia. New ideas. We need new ideas. I just saw a country that is sending a spaceship to sending a spaceship made of wood. I think it's Japan. A spaceship made of wood. They want to see if it can orbit around the earth made of wood. Sisi bado hapa watoto bado wanakufa na kwa shiako. Ukiangalia barabara za Nairobi, I was watching jana rais ameenda Kayole, hata barabara yenyewe anapitia. Si hata yeye ajiulize kweli, what is this? Ukiangalia areas like Kilimani, ukiangalia Jogoo Road, a public, alafu governor anatoka anasema hiyo si barabara yangu, hiyo ni barabara ya Kenha. I mean, all these things, you are the governor of Nairobi, alafu unasema hiyo si barabara yangu, hiyo ni barabara ya Kenha. And yet there are Nairobians who pay taxes, who pay tolls and levies in Nairobi that unachukua kila asubuhi, given all those markets that are there, but hiyo barabara sio yako. I mean, what kind of nonsense? What is this? So please, toeni hii savior mentality kabisa. Nawaomba mtoe hii savior mentality. Kama mnataka niongee na Yesu direct, nitakuwa napiga magoti kila siku niongee na yeye, akuje awatembelee. Kama mnatafuta savior, huyo ndio savior peke yake. Hawa watu wengine hawa sio saviors. Na angalia historia ya watu. Never forget people's history. Because Uhuru told you, huyu jamani nimefanya kazi na yeye. Even Baba himself told you, this guy I know him. Everybody told us that we know him, but we were like, oh no, nyinyi ni dynasty. Sasa ndio huyu anajenga dynasty na mifuko yenu. SHIF, SHA, NSSF, housing levy, na bado finance bill mpya inakuja 2025. So tumakinike. Msipomkaranga ni nyinyi mtazidi kukarangwa. And finally, msiwahi sema that haiwezekani. Inawezekana. In Senegal iliwezekana. In Botswana imewezekana. In Mauritius imewezekana. Hata Trump US ilisemekana iwezekani, ikawezekana. In Chile, I think it's almost 2 years ago, where a former university pro-socialist movement student aliangusha serikali. Very young, not even 40 years. Na alikuja na no, we have to reform our health system. We have to reform our pension system. Na sio kuongea tu abujubuju ya magari, anakupatia step by step how he's going to reform it. Na anaongea na wananchi na watu wanakubaliana this is how we want to go. Kwa sababu presidency ni Harambee, sio akili ya mtu. Kwa sababu hii nchi sio ya Billy ama sio ya Matiangi ama sio ya Omtata ama sio ya Owino ama Victor. Hii nchi ni yetu yote. So if you want to reform healthcare, lazima uongee na sisi wote. Tukae chini tukubaliane what we want. Education, tukae chini tukubaliane what we want. And so on and so forth. Asante PP.
Asante sana. Wallace?
Oh, cool. Asante. I hope mnanisikia poa, mpatie tu 100. Wazi. Anyway, first kukubaliana na Victor. Kenyans get off this Messiah complex tunakuanga nayo all the time. It's the same thing tulijaribu kurukishia Morara because anafanya Vampire Diaries. Wakenya wanajiambia haraka, this guy will solve everything. And that is what gets us into trouble again and again. Nimeweka hapo kwa comment, hata nimefurahi kupata mic, sikuwa nafikiri nitaweza, watu ni wengi. But the truth is not hard to find, it's hard to face. Na ukweli wa mambo ni Wakenya tunakuanga na uvivu ubaya sana. Tunapenda tutafute mtu tumpatie hata kama ni pesa, lakini kazi yote tumwachie peke yake afanye. And then akianguka kwa sababu ni binadamu, he can't do everything. Nobody can do everything. We start now blaming them and saying, now who is the next person we need to give to fix all our problems? That is the problem with Kenyans. So we need to realize kama tunataka kubadilisha nchi, wakati umewadia, tushikane sisi sote pamoja. Vile tunaimaka kwa anthem yetu. Tufanye kazi tubadilishe nchi. Kama ni systems, Victor, akina Koino wanajua na wengine wanajua, tumekuwa tukitengeneza systems. Kama sasa tulitengeneza platform ya blockchain ya inaitwa Mkura, it's already online, it's activated. Tumekuwa tukiambiwa Kenya wa test, lakini wako na uvivu hawajaribu. If you know, Sierra Leone 2018 walifanya elections on blockchain. Blockchain ni kitu inakuanga ina undergird cryptocurrency, so it's incorruptible. Mkiingiza hiyo kitu ndani ya ABC, hamwezi ibiwa kura. You can't steal votes. You can take blockchain muingize ndani ya, sasa umesema hiyo kitu ya mbadi. Blockchain ukiingiza ndani ya KRA itatrack pesa yote inaingia, muingize ndani ya treasury inatrack pesa yote ikitoka, it tracks everything. Kuna mali ndururu upotea. Unaingiza kwa county government inatrack hizo system zote. Sisi mali tulianzia kwa sababu tuko kwa pilot mode, tuliambia watu tuanze kwanza to test nayo public participation tu. Tukidiscuss vitu kwa session kama hii, tunafanya trial run. Watu wana vote kuhusu mjadala fulani. Kwa sababu wa Kenya tunajua hii katiba tulipata, ilipatia we the people. We are the sovereign. Na watu wote, these three arms of government, executive, legislature, na judiciary, are meant to be serving us. Lakini hatukuwa tunajua vile tunaweza chukua hiyo mamlaka. And to facilitate that, wakaweka ndani ya hiyo katiba mambo ya public participation. Ndio unaona wanaichezea saa hii. They are trying to pretend kama judiciary hawana threshold ya public participation ni nini. So tukasema hebu tuchukue tuiweke kwa technology. Kama saa hii you see the way we are meeting on space. Hapa kwa hii space tunaweza ingia hata watu 1 million tukihitaji. So technology, na sisi kwanza kama wa Kenya tuungane na uzalendo sasa, kwa sababu ile tupotezea masaa na imetupozea, it has lost us 60 years. 61 imekuwa ni ukabila, na sasa siasa ya ukabila na ufisadi huambatana pamoja. Mtu akifanya ufisadi, mkienda kumguza anasema watu wetu, watu wanajifanya yeye msiguze mtu wetu. Na ndio sababu it's high time at least majenzi walikuja, na sasa tumekuwa majenzi zote tumesema hebu tujaribu kuweka hiki kitu kando. Unaona hizi game kama za weekend na what happened in Embu and whatever, these old politicians wako desperate sana waturudishe kama Wakenya siku za ukabila na kutengana na kuchukiana kwa sababu ya mtu ametoka wapi. Na ndio unaona watu wajui kutoka vigogo wa zamani kama sasa ati Matiangi. Victor is very point blank. Kweli tumesahau? Have we forgotten what happened under his hands? Kwa sababu tunasikia uchungu saa hii, will pick anybody. Si zamani watu walikuwa nafikiri Muchuki is wa home guards zamani. Don't think that because somebody is strict they are a good leader. So kama tungekuwa tunataka number one, systems ndio hizo tunawekea. Blockchain. Kenya was the first country in the world kufanya pesa ya simu, M-Pesa. We can be the first country in the near future in Africa to do a blockchain election. Mali haijalishi ya ABC ni relative ya nani ama girlfriend ya nani. It becomes an open server. It's an open source system. The same time, as Kenyans, if we realize that if we take kama saa hiyo public participation, when we perfect it, because we need to test it. If we don't test it, it's just delaying. Si tunangoja system iko online imewangojea mtest. Kule mtaamka mimi sina shida. but ndawekea kwa comments m-kura.vote kienda kuangalia. But the idea is siku ile tutaanza tunaongea kasa hii kwa hii X space imefacilitatiwa ya ward yenyu ama ya constituency yenyu, mnaita MP wenyu kwa hiyo space, mnaita ward rep, mna discuss zile vitu zitadiscussiwa kwa county assembly, hiyo pengine ni story mnapatia ward rep, alafu zile ziko kwa national assembly mnapiga kura kwa hiyo blockchain. By the time wanaenda kukaa kwa hiyo bunge yao, wanajua ni nini my constituents wamesema wanataka nini, what has been prioritized and voted for and given top priority to be implemented immediately. That is how public participation was meant to work. Si hii game sahii wanatuchezea, wanawaambia ati tumeni email kwa hii address, tukicrash hiyo email kwa sababu tumetuma over 500,000 emails, wanawaambia tulipitia, majority of you mlikubaliana na sisi ama mlikubaliana na huu mjadala to impeach. Uongo. If you do it on the blockchain, it is transparent. And then muangalie what's already set up. Hata ndawekea link mkura.vote, mkura-vote, wacha niwekee tu. But the idea is systems are there. Sasa ni viongozi wema. Wacheni, tumeambiwa tena na Victor, tumekumbushwa. Atuache mapepe. 2027, it's not very far, but it's not near. We have time. What we do is we say, number one, let's get our systems in place. Kwanza tukuje pamoja, tukue one critical mass. Nimependa hiyo idea ya by the time 2027 na roll round, yeah, hata hii space kama ya Pipita should be very big na inazunguka ama ina access very many area, inakuwa an opinion poll place, lakini with also something that we vote on, so that anytime tunakuja tunajadiliana jambo, tunatoka na decision tumemake na tumepigia kura. We start going to that direction, everything step by step, pole pole, aste aste. And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But it must be, tukubaliane sasa, jukumu ni kwetu wa Kenya. Tuache kuwa tu wananchi wazembe kama zamani. Zamani kama mnakumbuka TV ilikuwa imejaa Wakenya wakisema tungependa serikali, hata uchafu ikiwa nyuma ya estate. Hawataki kujichukulia. Mbona msiseme tuwe watu tuna neat people? Look at Rwanda, how clean is Rwanda? Sababu watu wako na tu ya nidhamu ya sitatupa vitu nje, sitatuma vitu chini just anyhow. Na ndio nimesema hata kwa comment, Kenyans when tukisikia accident imekuwa mbaya, kibasi kimeanguka kimeua watu 50 ama 100, tunaanza kuuliza where were the police? Why aren't you asking what was wrong with the driver? Unasikia gari ime overload. What was wrong with Kenyans? Mna overload gari na mnajua mnavunja sheria, na itakuwa sasa it's harder to control an overloaded bus or vehicle. Yes, we will blame the police, but also look at the Kenyans. Tusijisahau sisi wenyewe tunachangia huu upuzi, ni sisi tunachangianga, na ni vizuri tumeamka. So kwa sababu tumeamka, pia tubadilishe akili. Like Victor is quoting the Bible, you are transformed by the renewing of your mind. Paradigm shift. We have bad leaders, yes, but we need Kenyans to pull up their act. We need to pull up our act. We have an integrity crisis, an identity crisis. In identity inatuletea ukabila, but at least hiyo tumeanza kuweka kando. But we need to embrace patriotism more. Na integrity, tuache ufisadi. Hata kama sisi tunapenda mashortcut sana. In an earlier space, tulikuwa tunasema even hata kwa mjengo unapatanga soldier anahangaisha huyu mama wa kupika chakula, anataka commission kutoka hiyo pesa, hizo chakula atauzia watu wa mjengo. Ama vijana wakikuja kibarua hapo kwa gate before waingizwe ndani, soldier ndio huyo anasema kwa hiyo pesa yako utanipatia 50. Kenyans, wherever you put them in authority, hata sisi wananchi sisi wenyewe tunaanza kutafuta nitakulia wapi. So we need to get out of this mentality ya nikiwekwa kwa mamlaka hata kidogo naanza kutafuta mahali nitakulia. So corruption is big in the leadership because it's also coming from the people. Na ndio, for example, elections, tunaonaga kwa magazeti, how much does a coalition use during election time kumwagia ma agents na kumwagia raia? Tunakwambianga kama hauna kitu ya kutuachia, tusikizi sera zako na tupotezea masaa. So very simple, wanawa bribe during election. So for example, mtu kama Kidero akiingia Nairobi first time county government alitumia about 1.5 billion akimwagia watu pesa ndio aingie governor. Unafikiri na sasa hiyo he's earning 1 million per month. 1 million times 5 years, 60 million. You're going to use 1,500 million to make 60 million. What is wrong with you Kenyans? You think that's how it's going to play out? Tunakulanga mbele, wanakula baadaye. Na wakikutukula wanakula plus interest na za kutumwagia tena next election. So tuache kuwa si watu wazuri, lakini pia wanachezea ile kitu. They are playing on our weakness. They play on the fact that we used to be tribal, we are working on that. We can change that. We know we can change that. Okay? But they know also what Wakenya upenda. Wakiona mali atapata kapesa karahisi, hata kujiconvince ati nitakula alafu nitapiga kura vingine. Saa zingine it doesn't work. Can we get to the point where we don't take anything? Unakumbuka kama kale kuna kijana I think was for Embu. Hata ni watu walimchangia pesa. Though I don't even think he performed akiingia ndani. But ukiangalia siasa za ng'ambo kama sasa America, people fundraise for the candidate to run.
1 minute Wallace.
Yeah, thank you Peter. But anyway, to land, please guys, there's still hope. Stop tusisikie uchungu sasa tuangalie mtu wa zamani mbaya tukifikiri sasa because we are in pain now we'll sanitize somebody who was not good before. Let's just be patient. Can we work on our unity? Let's work on our unity so that we move on one thing at the same time and then we're able to focus. Tuache kukua distracted rahisi. Hizi vitu za kuimpeach Gachagua kama mkujua they were just distractions. They never helped us. I didn't care even if whatever they did to each other or whatever they'll do to each other. What we care about is Kenyans to be united, to be focused. Let's test our systems. Let us start developing the next leaders from amongst ourselves. Bila Victor amesema, hata tunaweza sema next election hakuna mtu over 30 anaingia ama 30, president 35, and that will be that. But before then, tuwe tumewaambia this is your job description. Kama unaingia hii constituency yetu, these are the needs we know. What is your vision to fix these needs? And let us agree in advance. You will sign up. If you don't deliver and we don't see movement in the first 2.5 years, we will use our right to impeach as Kenyans to call you back. Na pia hii system tunafanya ya blockchain itakuwa ndio iko ndani. You just go online kwa simu yako, mnafanya impeachment vote, IBC inaanza hiyo process. So I think let me land there. Thank you for the opportunity. Wacha niwekee hiyo link kwa comments muangalie. But that goal number 1 is critical mass. Let's unite. Let's be focused. Forget the old leaders, please. I'm with Victor on that. Stop looking for a messiah. Kenyans will save Kenya, not a messiah. Asanteni.
Asante sana for that Wallace. I want to end this space by 9:30 because sasa mnajua bachelor mpaka niende nitafute chakula. Ingia pale hivi kwa Tifja line 0721948229. Mwekee msanii hata za cabbage. Wa DCI Juja, shout out. Sijakula siku 3 natetemeka. Ingieni pale kwa Tifja 0721948229 and support the show as I listen to the last 3 speakers. At least keep it at a 2-3 minutes. Frederick, and of course, I'm going to listen to Omari, but Omari may drop. Frederick, talk to me.
Okay, thank you so much, Peter. For me, I support previous speakers, but except one thing. I'm not saying that we are not we don't have optimism, but I'll say this. What I've heard from previous speakers, and I'm ready to begin. These are just ways for Ruto to come back for the second time. I agree with the last speaker, Wallan, saying that we need verifiable elections. What we have been having free, fair, but not verifiable elections. Meaning that, for instance, if today, if for example, in your tip jar, I send you money, the same M-Pesa code which comes from your place is what I see from my side, right? So you are able to check that actually the 100 bob went, or 200 bob, or 500 bob, or 1,000 bob went to Pipita. So that's what we need. I agree with that. But I'll say this. You see, in 1992, and I'll repeat this because I'm a good student of history. In 1992, I don't think there was any other time Kenyans had optimism. You know, we think we are the only people who are we have optimism. But remember, our parents were in this era. In 1991, 1992, during the advent of multi-party democracy, there was euphoria. People knew that Kanu was going home because it was unpopular. From 1980, since independence and since Moi took over and destroyed every working organization, just like his a child politically, Ruto. And people were fed up with Moi. And they said they're going to form this and to form opposition parties and they're going to defeat Moi. But Moi infiltrated Ford. Okay? We end up having Ford Asili and Ford Kenya. If Jaramogi and Matiba were to unite, they would have removed Kanu. Same case happened in 1907 with DP, Kibaki, and the rest. If they only combined, they would have removed Moi. But 2002, nobody said, oh, you know, Kibaki was once a minister for health, you know, during Moi's time. He was even a deputy president. No one said that. No one said that. You know, people think, I know there's optimism, but I'm telling you that in Kenya, people who are benefiting from this regime are not willing to relinquish power. And as much as Ruto is defeatable, it is not easy. And that's what you're lying to yourself. You see what he did with the movement which you have. He bought people like Nakazmo, he bought others and others who we think are with us today, they are bought. And they are there only to feed the NIS with information, you know. And I don't want to mention names, but I'm just saying that this is a recipe for Ruto to win 2027 elections. And my point is this, even if it is whoever candidate we think is good, they should have backing of all the opposition to tip this scale so far that Ruto cannot read. But the moment you come up with, oh, people want Matiangi, people want Umutata, people want Kalonzo, others want Martha Karua, everyone should run on themselves. I kid you not, Ruto will win. There are people, and I'm telling you, people will think at lost details and it never ended. Today, there's an area or there's a person who cannot convince them that Ruto is not good. And this in Rift Valley, selling maize at a throwaway price, okay, cannot access health. Someone in Bomet cannot access even health because their hospital is defunct. Luckily that they have another hospital there called Tenwek, which is so good. But they will vote for Ruto. Others are the beneficiaries of this regime who just push the narratives here. And some of the posters are in this space listening. But I'll tell you this, friends, and I'll plead with you, I'll beseech you, Kenyans, I beseech you, please. Let's stop ageism. Someone talks about that is due, talking about 30 years age, please. I'm not saying that Kibaki was a saint. He wasn't a saint. No, he wasn't. You can calculate his age from when he was born in 1934 to the time he got president in 2002. He got in December, by January they were rolling out free primary education. The point is that people say that they're not saviors. I'll tell you this. A system is defined by people. Systems are people. Okay? In America, who instead of whatever the systems are talking about, they are people. People of good manners who left it to the people of good manners, who left it to good manners. And that's what we have today, and situation whereby president sits there and is like in a spaceship suit, whereby it's all controlled for him. He can have wiggle room to do his policies, but within the law. It is people. So yes, I'm telling you this. I'm not saying that Tanzania is not a good. Tanzania, I know it's not a good measure of it's not a good measure of democracy, but the foundation set by one honorable JP Magufuli is not the Democrat. I know that for sure, but he set up good things. And for once this year, if you know, someone checked, Tanzania had BOP larger than what we have in Kenya, and in Kenya against Uganda. Remember, Uganda is our biggest trading partner as a country. 1.3 billion USD. We have 800 million USD. They passed us. Why? Because they have something going on. Maybe democratically, that's another thing. But when it comes to economy, because economy is what matters really. Yes, most. I know for sure. Because even in, for example, in the Middle East, no one talks about democracy because people are living well. They don't care who rules. They're living well. I'm not saying that we should do the same with them, but for us, we have democracy. We can guard it, but economy is so important. What I'm saying is that tuungane kama timu moja. Tuacha kusema huyu alikuwa Kibaki was a Moi. Narudia, Kibaki alikuwa minister wa Moi. Alikuwa mpaka deputy wake. If we said, oh, unajua Kibaki served under and served under Kanu, he's not fit to be removed. Remember, kama issue hapa ni kutoa ujamaa. Sababu hakuna institution na wanafanya kazi because it is Ruto. You know, there are those silhouettes, people Ruto judiciary, Ruto parliament, Ruto executive. So hivyo ndivyo kuko. Na tukubali kuwa amekamata kila institution, and leadership stems from the top. Tusidanganye, institutions yes are there, but Ruto has proven that institutions are as good as the top leader there, and we need someone who can really do something for us. People talk about sijui unasema tuangalie story. It's good to look at, somebody say that you look at track record. Yes, I'll tell you this for sure. Among us, tumesema the four front runners, look at person with the less corruption case there. Mwenye hajakuwa na scandals za corruption hapo pale. Wacha kusema sorry, kusema ati huyu ati hajawahi kuwa ati alikuwa hapa alifanya nini. Listen to me. Kibaki was a minister. Alifanya nini kabla alikuwa president? Did he do any shit? No. He didn't do anything until he became president, and he did whatever he did. I'm not saying he's a saint. All I'm saying that he tried. Number two, America is being ruled by Donald Trump now. How old is he? Is he a youth? So I'm telling you this: we need somebody who can also sustain a presidential campaign with a political, sizable political watch, clout. It's very important. Tusidanganye, tuache. We are living in idealism. We are living in a cloud. Tunakaa kwa cloud pale juu. Oh, we need an ideal leader. We are like tunaishi kwa moon. Let's come to Kenya. Our politics is that, and we know we can sanitize it, but tuache mambo moja. And napenda example nikimalizia. JB Magufuli hakukuwa wakati Kikwete alikuwa president. Hakuwa wakati wa Jakaya. Hakuwa wakati wa who was his predecessor of Jakaya alikuwa nani before? Whoever was there, I'm forgetting the names. Magufuli was there among the ranks of the chama cha CCM. I know he was silent. Hakusema akipa campaign pale, hakupayuka sana. Alinyamaza. He rose the rank silently. He knew that watu wanaiba, huyu anaiba. But akanyamaza because one to tangle power, because ukianza kutoa, if I'm telling you, you have to guard your iron fist with some leather. Okay? Guard your iron fist, but then you get to the top, you do the right thing. So alikuja akajificha pale ndani. Hakusema mambo mengi, hakusema ati tamshika huyu mfisadi nimtupe ndani. Alinyamaza tu. Akakaa kama kafala fulani hapa kwa campaign. But when he got there, he revealed himself now. We need what? Power. Mkianza kutoa hizi pembe mapema, utaanza kusema huyu akiingia hapa atatupa ndani. So the system fights itself. So we have a candidate. Kuna candidate wengi ambao wako pale. People are serving before, yes. Who can challenge Ruto? But mkisema sasa mtu mwenye hana presidential campaign, how many choppers do fly in a day? I was saying this because wasema ati tunakuwa na ile captive, whatever you call it, what the syndrome you call it, whereby we are so nice to our captors. No, but we're calling the truth. In Kenya, we need realistic goals. If our aim is to get Ruto from power, because when you tumemployewa kama si wenye script zetu zinakuja kwa NSF 6% ama whatever percent they are suggesting, tuko na shida. Na hata zile side zetu zenyewe wakati saizi hazijipi kama kitambo. I say the hustles. Kwa hivyo zinakamatwa chini. Wanataka kuingilia mambo ya M-Pesa na kila kitu. So point yangu ni hii, tafadhali wa Kenya, let's move from utopia, let's be realistic for once. Yes, we have a good cause, but to embrace reality, Ruto will not be defeated easily. Now that on Raila, kuna tu pala fulani huko unapata mtu akasema unajua mimi kama nani baba amesema huyu tonight. There are those people who are there. So let's not think that we are deliberated. It's only us, but the last man you say kama ni kijiko versus Ruto, kijiko apate kura yake. Kama ni kikombe versus Ruto, kikombe ipate kura yake. So our main aim is to remove the Ruto, then we fix the country later. I'm not saying this to vote another worse person, but I'm just saying that there are good people out there. Let's stop being idealistic. Thank you so much.
Asante sana for that. I think with that submission, I'm going to let Kowino give us a final submission. Then I call it a night hapa hivi kwenye Home Run with Pipi. Thank you so much for tuning in to Home Run with Pipi. We have a YouTube channel called HRWP. Go to YouTube right now. Click on the link that is on the Jumbotron and subscribe to our channel if you have not. We have so much content that is on the way as well. And of course, you can support Home Run with Pipi by tipping us as well. 0721948229 is the number where you drop in your support. Kowino, final words ndugu yangu.
Yes, Pipi.
Anasema umebadilika, ni kama imereflect kwa account. You have wanatuma na Sifuna ama na nani?
Sifuna ndiye ananiwekea bana. Yeah. Anyway, nimelala njaa. Pipi, what I wanted to say is I think there are two speakers who have addressed me. They didn't mention my name, but they have addressed me. And I just wanted to respond to that. We are not fighting. Guys, we're on the same side here. All of us want a better country. All of us want this president out of the office as soon as yesterday. The only problem is we've not got him out of office yet. And we have to work on a plan on how to get him out. Number two, I'm not selling anyone fear. What I'm trying to say is if we don't look at these dynamics or these metrics in play, we might not get him out. That is not saying he will not get out. It's just saying we have to be careful and we have to look at every possible way that he can use to get back there. Because tusipoziba hizo mwanya, vile Rigijia kuziba ile akuweka mitego kila mahali, then tutarudi hapa kulia after 2027. And that is what we don't want. Mnakumbuka hata Rigijia alisema ameweka mitego State House and all that, and Raila alienda kadigi tunnel chini, kumbe mitego zilikuwa juu, kaingia State House. Whatever happened. That is to say that when I said he's not an ordinary politician, I did not say we cannot get because he's not an ordinary politician hatuwezi throw out. Nilimaanisha tu hata yeye ako na hesabu zake. Have you ever asked yourself after the 25th June why the streets were never full in those all other protests? It's because the element of surprise on the 25th June was just out of the ordinary. It was something no one expected. Not him, not any of his people, not the NIS, not anyone. That is why 25th June became what it was. A very successful people's protest. The other protests were all compromised. Now walikuwa na strategy because now we used to come here tunasema kesho tunaenda protest. You find yourself maybe 100, 200 people in the streets. It was different. That means they learned from what we did to them. So, Nagrina Victor, when Morara started doing Vampire Diaries, everyone was like, he is for the president, he is for the president. How long did it take? A year iliisha before mwanze kusema anakula pesa. Did a year even end? Haikuisha. 2-3 months. Watu walianza kulalamika hapa. So, we are just giving them what they want. Like we are literally playing into their own game. And when I say that, I'm not saying that I'm not selling anyone fear. That is not selling anyone fear. That is literally saying that hata sisi tujaribu kukua smart. If we want to take a smart person out, you also have to be smart. We should not come here thinking that we are only the smartest people in the room. He's also a smart person na kona watu wake. That is how he got there. Number 3, when we were being told he's a bad person, he should not be voted in, afai kukuwa president, watu walikuwa nakana. People said he's a good person and voted him in. It's the same thing like me telling you here, he is not an ordinary politician and you're saying, no, you're selling us fear, he's ordinary. Then akisha shinda mtakuwa like, we wish we knew, we were being told these things. We are on the same side. And I'm just saying, if you are listening to someone, maybe like someone is giving their submission, stop cherry picking what is bad or what you feel you don't like and use that against them. Just listen. We cannot find a solution to a problem we've not even identified. Tunajua is a bad person. Yes. but solution ya kumtoa hatuanzi anze tu kusema okay tuende tupigie Matiangi kura and everything. We also have to have a concrete plan. Hizo vitu zote ikuwe ni blockchain, ikuwe ni nini system. Sometimes elections are not just one on votes alone. And Kenya tumekuwa hapa, Kibaki won the 2007 elections. Was it on votes alone? Do you think, can you sit down and say he won it on votes alone? We've even seen elections nullified hapa Kenya na the Supreme Court. That tells you that elections are not one on votes alone hapa Kenya. You have something pia outside the box. So, nikisema he's not an ordinary person, I'm not selling anyone fear. Look at all the events that have happened since Akuja into power. Do you think this guy is not comfortable? Hata ukienda kuangalia mahali maybe America, do you think he's not comfortable? Yeah, go very comfortable. He feels like he will do maybe his 2 terms. And if we ignore the things that really matter, then we risk giving him a 2nd term unknowingly. We risk that. So tunafaa saa zingine tunakuja hapa tunaangalia, check what are the pros and cons. Because if we don't weigh on those, he will beat, unfortunately, he can literally beat us. And the recordings of these phases are here. Personally, I cannot vote for him. Hata kama ni huyo Matiangi atasimama ndiye akuwe alternative, I'll vote him. Whether ni Maraga, whether ni Morara, so long as there will be alternative, I will vote that alternative. Because literally, I'm feeling the pinch of this government. But tusikuje kulimana tu hapa just because someone is maybe telling you something yenye wewe unafeel au agree nayo. Maybe I agree with you. Maybe you people are right. Maybe I'm the one on the wrong. But I just feel this guy is smart. And we have to be equally smart to outshine. If you're not equally smart, he will outshine us. If he outshines us, we'll cry again for another 5 years. And that is my fear. Crying for another 5 years is what I literally don't even want to think about. So, tunaweza sema tumechoka naye after 2 years, but kuchoka naye after 2 years does not make him go after 5 years, like in the next elections naye anaishia. No, doesn't make him. Tunaweza kuwa tu tumechoka naye hata after 1 year, tukue is the worst president we've ever had, bado adu 2nd term, and tunakaa tu hapa tukilia. So, we should work on everything. If we are bringing another candidate mwenye tunafeel is the right man for the job mwenye atamtoa, then ile support anafaa kupewa inafaa ikuwe out of the ordinary. Inafaa kuwa support ingine abnormal. Yeah. Tusicompare politics zetu na politics za nchi zingine wenye wamefanya ati US did this, Botswana did this. Sisi we've been making bad choices time and again. Like this is not our first time. Hao wengine maybe Botswana, like how many presidents do you know wenye Botswana washa make your wrong choice? Like literally you cannot tell. Just because wamepigia mmoja mzuri tunafeel like Botswana did it, we can do it. But since we've had these opportunities, even the last elections, the option was not Raila alone. Kulikuwa na Wajakoya, kulikuwa na bado Wahiga. How many of you in this space, when maybe wanasema, maybe people think it was Raila alone, walivotia the other 2 guys? No one. People felt Ruto was good because of what he told them. He can still sell this thing to the people and people can just vote him. Najua Kenya tunakuanga watu fani sana. Tunasahau sana. Wakuanga na amnesia ingine abnormal. So people will just forget, and hizo ndio worry zetu. Yeah. So I also agree with Victor venye Victor amesema pipi that tukisecond hawa watu mapema tuseme we want this person, we want this person. We are really exhausting those people even before they make their bids. Itakuwa inafika 2026 mumeshamsahau. Imagine if Morara never even said he was vying for president and all those things and all that, mwache kumtumia pesa and all that. Maybe angekuwa too relevant up to this moment, but look how fast you moved from Morara to other people, other options. Because he came out publicly akasema you want to buy, and that is how we moved fast from him. Watu wanaanza kumuita common project and all that. That is how politics work. Now you will find that the government ilikuwa inampiga inafanya give him that image ndio akuwe hivyo, so that you get fed up na yeye, you dump him, you pick another person wakusaidie, wauze hii narrative ya Matiangi. Kifika 2025 February March mulishachoka na yeye, mumemdump. They'll bring all the dirt on him. Enya hata zingine amjuangi. then mtafikiria na by the way, then you get tired of him, then you dump him. So we are on the same page here, guys. We don't want this government in, but we have to work extra hard if we have to take it out. It's not as easy as we think. Thank you, PP. Good night.
Thank you so much, Kowino, and also everybody else who has found time to talk to us. Remember, Home Run with PP comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. Tomorrow we're back here again for State of the Nation. Still more politics to come. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be asking you what you are looking for in our president. Probably it's us. And of course, I even gave a chance to people to come out here and tell us, oh, yo, I'm running for MCA in my place. I'm running for governor. Only one guy came. The rest are even afraid to come out and tell us what they are going to be doing. I mean, we cannot be giving an option and saying, oh, this must go. But there is nobody who is actually...
PP. And by the way, lastly, I was forgetting something. I wanted to tell, there's a speaker who said that in Kenya, 80% of MPs are never re-elected. Even if you check the last parliament, it's around 54 to 57% of members of parliament who were re-elected. Forget about the nominated ones. So that is something we should really check to see too, like they never get re-elected. Most of these people get re-elected.
Oh, yeah, very true. 56%. I probably think this time round it's going to be like 40% are going to be re-elected. Guys like Salasia might weave their way back to MP. Somebody like Jalango, pretty much not so sure. But we wait and see. 2027 is far off. I hope to hear more people who are interested in politics as well, because we have to marry this politics thing if you have to change the leadership, because after must go goes. Right now we're not even agreeing on who is staying. So guys, let us do better. Tomorrow we'll be back here again for that State of the Nation. We dig deeper, we see what we can do. We are talking about systems. What systems are we supposed to change? Until then, thank you so much for being here. My name is MC Peter. Home Run with PP comes to you every weekday, as I said, from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. See you tomorrow. God bless you and have a great Monday evening. See you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Bye.